starting to slow. May the water be safe as I dive in. Blood stains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting
Hello and welcome back for another week of the OCS. My name is Skip and I'm joined by the man himself, the business executive, the king of the jungle. It is Jubes. Welcome back, mate. Week number 4. How's business? How are you?
Business is open and it's business is looking good. Yep, and I'm actually the CEO, so we'll just clear that up right now. But nice looking headset you got there, Skinny.
Look, mate, I feel like you sound that much better than you did before. You know, the earbuds are gone, the echo, the distraction, the sound cancellation when it was bouncing off the wall. We've leveled up, is what we're saying here.
I can hear you clearly now, clear as a whistle. No more
Look, mate.
no more miscommentating.
Look, there's no distractions outside this headset. I can barely hear myself as we're talking. But let's jump into the standings. You know, plugs aside, we actually want to see some games here, Juice. Let's bring up the schedule for week number 4. So University of Queensland's Union, they're going to be opening up the account up against Order Academy, which had a fantastic week last. You know, we look at wombo combos, and they surely had plenty of montage moments worthwhile there. Then the second game, it is going to be Pendant.gg Rise up against the QT Tigers, followed then by UTS Esports fielding a brand new roster against Legacy Genesis. We then got Mammoth Academy up against Chiefs Academy. Plenty of academies as we round things out with the Gravitas Academy taking on the Dire Cubs. So plenty of action, plenty of chances really for some of these teams to showcase what they can do and what these new rosters can really bring to the table. It's been a very much case of starting to understand a power ranking, if you will. Mammoth Academy currently undefeated, 3-0. Dire Cubs still with that bye in hand are definitely on their tail. But
Yep.
pertaining to this matchup in particular, obviously Order Academy, they, from what I've seen, when they get those pocket picks, you know, when Takao gets the set, you get excited. When they have a wombo combo with the likes of an Oriana, the Evelyn, even the Wukong. We saw the resurgence of Wukong come back and just demonstrated why that was a champion. Ever since the rework, it's just so dominant.
Yeah, I mean, the Cal, I think he's very good on engaged supports. Okay, like sure we see him on the set and he does quite well on it, but we've seen, you know, I've seen Takao. I've been looking at his solo queue account. I look at him as a player that is very like you know, he Order Academy play very well when he's online, when he's the one that's leading the charge and soaking the damage and, you know, forcing the engages. So eyes on him to get something, you know, in the bot lane that is very proactive, that allows him to leave the lane and start fights. On the other hand though, right, we got the UQU, we got Farmer versus Framer, I want to say, and they as well, right, they play around Amateur quite a bit, and we consistently see this Zoe ban forced at him as we see that come through. So it's going to be interesting to see what these teams do in terms of dynamic. Farmer and Revenge play their, you know, their cheesy stuff in the bot lane. They do play center with a lot of funky combinations. So I'm just excited to see if they get the center as well.
That we're going to actually keep our eyes on, and obviously this matchup in particular is the one we kind of dreaded from a commentating standpoint, right? We knew it was coming, the Farmer, the Framer.
Yeah.
No doubt we're going to get that mixed up in the middle of the moment. We're probably going to praise one person, it was the other making the play, so we're going to have to wait and see how that one all plays out. But this is the pick in particular. You know, I mentioned it on last game for Order. When was Takao going to have this either banned away or taken away? So I'd love to see that the Union instantly locked it in as the first pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly his best champion, right? And it's like in a best of one, you don't really want to give people their best champ. And it's not even that it's his best champ, it's that the impact he's had on games has been unreal, right? He's been able to just play the champion to his absolute limits, just create chaos, peel his carries, and so it's a very smart pickup from the University of Queensland Union.
We get to see him play the Fresh this time around here, Jews. They've showcased what they can do in Ezreal before, so no doubt going to be quite comfortable in that regard, and Ezreal continues to have an insanely strong presence, but the Fresh, we've got so many fantastic Fresh players in this region, so I expect big things here from Takao too.
Ezreal saw, like, you know, Ezreal kind of dipped in popularity a couple months ago, and the resurgence we see in Ezreal now, I believe, is due to the fact that you go Iceborne, Gauntlet, Manamune into the Death Dance, and because Death Dance is like really, I'm not gonna say OP. Is it OP? Yeah, it's probably OP. It is very expensive, but it's very strong. And so Ezreal, once he hits those 3 items, there's really nothing that can kill him. Like, he has to make a very big mistake to not carry a team fight if the game is in an even state. So I think this is why we see so much Ezreal now. I'm personally a big fan of it. There's nothing worse than playing something, you know, that needs to one-shot the enemy AD, you know, like Yasuo, and you see Ezreal's got all this armor stacked and survivability. It's a really rough time.
I mean, Ezreal's definitely one of those champions at the moment, which you understand he's going to have a cheaper item at the start, but then as it goes on, he's looking to try and itemize more towards that lifesteal. We've even seen variations where they've got the Blade of the Rune King as well as that Death Dance. It feels a little bit like, as you say, very expensive item, but if you are ahead, you're going to stay ahead.
Yeah.
So we're going to get to see exactly how that one plays out here. They've obviously complemented it here with the Lissandra, so plenty of lockdown, the ability to make sure if they find a target, that target will fall on down. But Union aren't going to be any slouch when it comes to that department. They have plenty of engage, plenty of ability to try and stem the bleeding before that's even an option. You know, you're talking about Sejuani, and Yasuo, wombo combo, eat your heart out.
Yeah. And we see the last two bans coming through, the Ornn and the Senna. The Senna ban for me is really good because the fact that they first picked the set, you really don't want to be playing, you don't really be playing a composition where Senna is like obviously starving, but then there's another mega tank in the bot lane just eating resources and becoming a massive front line, right? That would make UQU's team composition so scary. Obviously it pivots a lot on this Yasuo being ahead, but I think there's some really smart bans coming out of Order Academy. And then on the other hand, like these two bans, obviously they're targeted towards the jungle position with the Evelynn and the Trundle, but you know, Sejuani historically does not have a great time into those two champions specifically. So it's good to see them, you know, they're banning in accordance with what they're picking, and not necessarily falling into the trap of let's ban what this guy's played most during the season, right? Like if he's comfortable now and he has a jungle matchup that he's really, you know, happy playing, then you know, UQU's draft suits them and it's good for them.
Yeah, how many times have we seen Trundle locked in that first two rotation, right? And then sort of just be benefited by the fact that the opposition wants to play tanks, and then the Subjugate always finds value. So I'm really liking that. And we've always talked so much about Sejuani wanting to hit level 6 unscathed, no pressure, as little impact as possible, because that's when the power spike starts to come online. So now the response here from Order Academy, we get to really understand where do they decide to go. You'd imagine it's going to be the Echo with Lissandra in the mid lane, and if they're going to go for a Mundo as well, well, we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what potentially goes bot lane for them. Is it Yasuo bot lane? Are they playing Victor set bot lane? I mean, we genuinely have no idea. We have to wait till 20 seconds again. But I like seeing this from UQU. I feel like they're one of the teams that do this, right? They have such a flexible draft in the sense that you don't know where anything's going up until the last moment. And so this could just be a cheeky swap, right? Victor's being hovered in the mid lane, and Framer starts thinking, okay, I'm versing Victor. Let me do my runes. And then 20 seconds to go, you change, you swap champs again, and then it's a good mind game. But obviously, you know, they're a team that, as you said before, really enjoy this wombo combo.
I'm curious now, based on the fact that we imagine it's going to be the Yasuo in the set, that they have this very sort of all-in melee composition, that they almost want to give Order a taste of their own medicine, saying, look, you know that you love to do this, but this is how we can do it to you. Are you prepared to handle it in that response? You know, Fresh and Israel, arguably some of the best cut out to try and prevent that all-in and have the ability to try and turn things around. But then you start to look elsewhere on the map, and you know, they do have the wombo combo to really across the board do a very Order-esque draft.
Yeah, well, the two I think the compositions are both, you know, the Order Academy draft is a little less head ram, a little less run your head into a wall and press R buttons. There's a little more elegance around it, right? Like Lissandra's got to be in a bush. Echo potentially wants to look for a flank, you know, Aatrox as well. It's more like they want to be coming in from sides and finding those angles on the back line. Whereas the UQU team composition is literally run down mid lane, press Malphite ultimate on back line or Sejuani ultimate, like whatever ultimate lands, and then just use all of them at once. The Yasuo ult, you know, combined with the Victor, it's less elegant, is what I'm trying to say. And whilst they both want to be 5v5ing, I think that Order Academy have more of an option to play 4-1, right? Aatrox going to be getting the Black Cleaver, going to be getting the Death Dance, going to be able to, you know, create a lot of side lane pressure and then come to the group. So Order Academy are going to be looking to 4-1 into grouping or 4-1 into an objective, whereas UQU are going to be, okay, maybe we sack one minion wave here to force an engage down mid lane and catch, you know, Ezreal out, Lissandra out. But, you know, important to note, Order Academy have quite a bit of mobility, right? Like, it's not easy to land a Malphite ultimate onto an Ezreal. Lissandra can self-ult. Echo can dash or ult out the way, so it's gonna be a cool little game. We're gonna see a lot of, like, in my opinion, mid-game group and fighting, but should be a lot of outplay potential.
And I think you've hit the nail on the head, especially there with the top side of Order's Draft from mid lane to top, with the ability for them to have flanks. You know, Lissandra, Echo, as well as the Aatrox, all fantastic with their mobility. The ability to obviously then come from a side angle and really punish. You sort of expect this Yasuo set composition to be very in your face, try to find themselves a nice early lead that then allows the rest of their composition to come online. You talk about that sort of 5-man group, most notably around that mid lane to try and unlock the ability to rotate, be it a Dragon, a Baron, a Rift Herald. So I feel like, as you say, there is going to be a bit of a timer really put on Queensland's head to say we need to find these advantages at these moments of the game. Otherwise, they are going to go for that favoured 4-1 split. They are going to have that level of discipline, right, to say, look, we don't need to fight. You know, we can just passively farm ourselves up. We can get that double death stance online for the Ezreal and the Aatrox. We have the ability to live as long as possible. You know, you talk about the Zhonyas and all the rest that can come on for this AP mid jungle. So I'd be really curious to see how Queensland, as many teams have done in the OCS here, really up the tempo and force Order's hand. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's it. Well, let's see, Jeeves. That was a beautiful, elegant talk that I'd love to pass on to the viewers because apparently they can't hear you at this stage, which is very unfortunate. But really, you know, the ramifications were that Lissandra, fantastic. But as soon as those cleanses start to come online, and you can already see 2 cleanse summoners there, it's really going to start to impact her ability to try and set up picks, to try and turn the tide of those fights. The counter engage, obviously, the ability to deny that one-shot combo by locking them in with that frozen tomb, and the QSS obviously coming on far later into this game. So you talk about scaling. You definitely, I've seen Victors hit that level 16 power spike where they've got all their upgrades and they just land the cloud of death, the doom spike, if you will, that just comes across, locks them in place, and you know, life becomes very difficult from then on there. So I'm really looking forward to sort of seeing what the game plan is, especially based on the fact that Sejuani wants to hit level 6 as quickly as possible, does not want to have any major invades, does not want to find her lanes falling too far behind. But Echo, you know, really wants to put Lissandra in such a fantastic spot so that Lissandra can then roam to those side lanes, can stem the bleeding. That's no doubt going to want to try and come out from this Yasuo set, get the Ezreal and Fresh online as quickly as possible, give them those core item spikes, and play from there. So you can sort of see there's this fine balance between 2 different compositions, having 2 very different ideas as to how they want to try and play around. Timings in this game, item spikes, those are going to be the most important things to keep your eyes on, and that's what we're going to have to keep our focus on going into game number 1 of this day. Now, Juves, not too sure where you're at for the moment. I see you smiling. You're a beautiful person, mate, so I'm going to let you keep doing your thing as the tech crew carry on. But we're going to jump into game number 1, guys. Week number 4. 4 weeks already into the OCS. Can you believe it? This is the Challenger Series. The division just below the Oceanic Pro League. And we've already had 1 player get promoted up into the Big Dog League. So this is definitely the platform, the path to pro, if you will. University of Queensland's Union up against Order Academy. It's going to be a game for us that we have to look at with great speculation, as Queensland have really taken a page out of Order Academy's playbook, really, in the sense that they have drafted a full R composition. They want to go right at you. Be the big headbutt composition, if you will. But how they get there, that is what we have to keep our eyes really spectated on as the sweeper comes out. It's going to clear out very early vision placed there by Order.
I do like the vision being taken away. Sets the tone level 1, getting the gold EXP lead. Usually you type in chat after that. We have a gold lead, boys. We can't lose from here.
exactly how they start things off with. I'm going to be very curious, especially onto YCK, how he looks to try and play at this early stage. He's going to get a nice little leash here from Clovis on Aatrox to start off with the red buff. Both junglers starting top side, from blue to red. So the ability to force an invade, perhaps level 2, level 3. Level 3 typically where we see it, or sometimes the contester around those scuttles in particular. But they seem to be taking opposite paths at this stage here, Juice, with Echo going topside, and the Sejuani continuing to go for what appears to be buff to buff.
Yeah, buff to buff's a good path. You generally, when you're playing the slower paced jungler, you want to be able to secure the buffs at a minimum, and whatever you lose after that is kind of, you know, unlucky. But yeah, good path to see. Good path from Unshackled, knows his matchups and knows what he should be doing.
Clovis going to get a nice little push on to start things off with. Keep Clint underneath the tower. Now you have the ability then to flex around and go for a potential invade, lay down some vision, but it's not going to be without Shackled actually going in to check where that blue buff is. Now rotates through to the bottom lane. Level 2 gank. You don't expect to see this typically coming out of the Sejuani. That's going to force a flash, as Fresh is not taking any chances with that one. Both the mid lane is well on their way for a rotation. Try and form a numbers advantage in their favour, but that gives YCK valuable information and idea as to, okay, we know where the Sejuani is, what is my game plan right now? He is blind, he has no ability to see where I am. Down goes the parallel convergence. Can I get the stun? Yes, I can. He can't flash out of that one. He burns the summoner, but it doesn't mean anything. The red buff continues. Takao now coming in for a nice little invade. The bot duo of University of Queensland aren't able to do that. He flashes onto the blast cone, gets taken straight into the space. He knows he can't get it. He's only level 3. He does not have enough damage. Now out comes the Ignite. Is this a chance for a turnaround here? Revenge looking for just that, but a 2-man stun. That is what you see, and that is all you want. First blood going the way of the Yasuo. And we know how this script tends to play on out. Order caught in a rough situation. That's a double kill and a buff donation as well. Red buff on the Yasuo. Worst possible start.
It's not a great start, is it, Skimmy? Losing the jungle matchup like that and also losing the lanes in the process is not a good one. Especially when you're playing a slower tempo, slower paced jungler. You definitely don't want to be behind this much, and really good heads up play, proactive play, understanding his jungle matchup and being able to punish that.
A little bit greedy there to try and really force out that play, getting the summoner on both junglers, both flashes being burnt there to try and kill Secure, but just unable to really get Takao in the mix. Seaweed was still there, mid lane was unable to resist, and by the time they rotated back through to the enemy Raptors, very easy rotation for Amator just to add himself on the score sheet, pick up a nice little assist there. And now we see a scary Yasuo. We talk about 0-10 power spikes, so if we flip it around the other distance, you know, this is an ideal, this is a lane you really wanted to make sure was kept under wraps. And, you know, a couple of items online, a couple of crit chance items in particular. And this really does fund and fuel the idea of pressing your R button and going wombo combo.
Yeah, the way, and what makes this bot lane extremely hard is the way that Hex Flash works with Set and the Nimbus Cloak. You know, and Thresh having no flash means that the lane is just volatile now, permanently volatile for Takao. He can be permanently killed like at any point if he walks up or just tries to trade aggressively. Sure, they're up 10 CS, but the Yasuo is ahead gold, and when he bases, he's probably going to pick up his Berserker Greaves, and the lane is going to get just rougher and rougher from here on out.
Now it begs the question as to how do Order look to try and turn things around? How do they look to try and find an advantage from what was initially their idea of catching out the Sejuani? A ton of tempo now favouring them as a result, which allows them to rotate straight on towards this dragon. What was a red buff contest before will now be picked up for free, as will the very first dragon of the game. So Mountain is off the score sheet, as will an Infernal. We're going to be playing for Ocean and Cloud.
If you're Clint, you're upset about that.
CDR. Yeah, you absolutely are.
You want the Mountain Soul to come through. It's like the only time you want a Mountain Soul is when you're playing a tank. Every time I play top lane, when I'm playing Ornn, Maokai, or Malphite, I just pray that there's a Mountain Soul because the game's so fun.
Well, YCK, he hasn't learned from that first invade. He wants to continue it. He wants to abuse the fact that Sejuani is not level 6. He's down to half. The stun will connect. Out comes the Ignite. The flash once again being burnt by the Sejuani to get the ball rolling. as the Chaos Storm comes across, but too slow. Little CC, no chance for it to meet its maximum output.
Really nice freeze they have in the bot lane here too, so as you see, they're just too scared to play up, they're too scared to do anything in lane. Yasuo level 6.
That, you can see that Seaway is actually doing a fantastic job despite this, utilising the ranged advantage. Able to get himself a nice little full wave advantage, up by say 10 CS.
I mean, that's the thing about Ezreal, is like no matter really how bad the lane gets, you'll still be able to farm with Q. But at this point, I'd actually like seeing Revenge to just block Ezreal's Qs. You know, like, just take some Q damage to stop Ezreal from farming, because Set has one of the highest base HP regen in the game, and a tier Ezreal isn't going to be doing like any meaningful poke, right? Like, it's not going to force Revenge out of lane. He has a pot, like, it is what it is. But also, you know, letting Ezreal farm like this, or letting Ezreal just farm with Q, keeps your wave in a really good spot, as we see Sejuani pathing towards bot side.
Definitely happy days on the top side here for Order as well, as Aatrox has found also a nice meaty CS advantage, up by 20 in that department as well. Clint having just itemized fully towards sustain with the biscuits and double cloth armor. Just wants to live here, having gone Presti attack build, bear in mind, so definitely looking at that one shot.
Yeah, but Clint will never really like win this lane, right? Like the Aatrox is always going to, or should always win this lane, I should say, in the sense that, you know, once the trade becomes long enough, Conqueror is going to take it over the line. Might see a little fight here. Flay, hook lands, but Lissandra coming down.
One. Takao trying to force the play right now. Spots out of third as they come in from the gank through try. Lantern bringing in another min, but Framer the first one to join this fight to try and make it a numbers advantage favouring them, as Amator is actually in the base, having forced a shot. Unable to find a pick there as they are far too close to their bottom turret.
That was kind of weird because the Lissandra didn't ulti. Framer didn't ult anyone. He was there. He probably could have just ulted the Set. Set already used his shield, and potentially they could have just one-shot Set, but I think reluctant to use it, maybe wanting to try and kill someone without ult first, and then being a little bit greedy with his cooldown usage. But I thought that was a good play from Auto Academy, and they should have been rewarded with the kill.
Yeah, very proactive on their end, but as you say, the Frozen Tomb wasn't used, wasn't a target they felt comfortable looking to try and collapse upon. So very cautious as to the influence of where both Unshackled and Amator have been. The time they've been the ones to try and force a play, the response has always been very solid here from the Union.
Yeah, it looks like they're flipping, but it's kind of a weird flip in the sense that they're already on the Rift Herald. By the time anyone gets there to contest, it should be going down, but Ezreal has gone. He's decided to lose one wave bot lane for it. Yasuo is going back bot, so it's Herald over to Auto Academy, and it's good. It's good to see them proactive, right? Yasuo started the game with a 2-kill head start. They haven't fallen down in CS too much. Ezreal will miss quite a few here, but you know, they're still looking for windows in which they can get this gold lead back to even. Sure, it's only, you know, it's only 600, but it's still relevant in the sense that 600 of that gold, or if not more, is on the Yasuo.
Champion, it needs no further introduction to snowballing potential, but as you say, the Herald's going to do a nice little job there to allow them to claw themselves back in. The acquisition of the turret plates that can come across from that headbutt.
This is also a lot better for UQU than it is Auto Academy. I know they have the Herald, so they're going to drop it and potentially, you know, get all the turret plates anyway. But in terms of, this is what we call like weak side. You're weak siding your top laners, right? They're laning against the bot lanes, and which means that the top laners don't really get to dictate how much farm they get, right? Like Malphite is going to pick up minions when he can, but it's not his job to pick up minions. It's his job not to die and slow the push. And so Aatrox is far more gold reliant than a Malphite is. And so what they've done is they put Aatrox in a position where it is a lot harder for him to farm than it would be in a Malphite lane. And so they didn't really even get turret for that. All they got was plates, didn't really break turret, and you have to question that kind of macro play from Auto Academy.
Looks to me as if they've sacrificed the ability to allow Clovis to continue to bully and you know, achieve that lead that he had against Clint here by stabilizing the gold as a whole, which it has done here. The amount of turret plates that were achieved has allowed their bot duo to continue to be the focal point of this composition.
Oh!
Unstoppable Force comes out. Takao is going to fall on down. He tanked the turret and more, and well, there is nothing that Seaway can do. Clint has just got an absolute steal there in the 1v2.
You know, and as I was complimenting UQU, or not even necessarily complimenting them, but just saying how this situation was better for them than it was Auto Academy, the Yasuo and the Set, combined with Sejuani, weren't able to force Aatrox off tower. They played for Dragon, sure they got Dragon, but then after that, they did not utilize the numbers advantage they have, and Aatrox was able to farm. Hang on a minute, Revenge.
Well, they've cancelled out his recall attempt. He's not able to get back to the base, but can he get a trade kill of his own? It's not going to be the case, because the Grit, although gave him a shield, will result in him falling on down. A trade for trade in the top side of the map, as Takao now returns. Bit of a chaotic start, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the right idea. That is the play to make there. That is the dive that should be happening. Yasuo ulti's in.
Framer on towards Farmer. The tongue twister is happening right here. But it can only be one victor as YCK gets himself a shutdown, gets himself back into the mix right now. And now surely with this vision is able to invade, pick up a blue buff, and try once again put the initiative back in their side.
They also burnt double sums of Farmer, so it's you know, he's copped the death, given away the gold as well for the kill, but burnt double summoners. As I was saying, that was the right play for Revenge to make in the top side of the map, but just mis-executed on the micro sense. Took the tower hit, didn't walk out of turret range before using the Haymaker, so unlucky. Unlucky there coming out of University of Queensland Union.
YCK going to be quite happy with that one, not only to pick up the blue buff as a steal, but now to get himself a few stacks on that Dark Seal. Allow himself to continue the momentum. And what's interesting to me here, Dreams, is, you know, despite the fact that he was the one always forcing those invades, always trying to keep the Sejuani behind, and even though he fell behind in a lot of those exchanges, he is still the one in the driving seat that has a nice level advantage.
Yeah, but this is Echo, right, in a nutshell. We said that Echo is going to be able to out-tempo, out-farm, outpace the Sejuani. It's just what Sejuani does on his ultimate windows. As an example, the play they made topside where they got the kill onto the Ezreal, they traded 1-for-1, so it's not enough value. Hang on a minute.
Second time's a charm. Unstoppable Force lands on towards the Ezreal. Now a two-man stun as Sejuani gets amongst it. They're playing as long as they can. The Summoner Heal has to be used, but now it's a 1v3 situation in the alcove. There's nowhere to run. This time he falls on down, and you can see the idea. Invest as much of these turret plates into the Ezreal as possible, but they are falling on down for it.
Yeah, man, this Malphite is just so strong, right? He's 1v2ing the bot lane pretty much. And then Sejuani comes through for the assistance, but it's almost like, what it almost looks like is it's the wrong lane assignments, right? You're happy for Ezreal to farm in the Yasuo lane, get 2 items, because for me, Ezreal 2 items, there's really not much stronger in the game. If he's on the clock, right? If Ezreal's uninterrupted farming, hits 2 item power spike, which is going to be like the Manamune and the Frozen Fist, then the relevance of Yasuo and Set, and pretty much anyone on the University of Queensland lineup, diminishes. And so the fact that they're forcing this volatility, right? They're hitting a turret in front of a Malphite with no vision, means that they are open to be punished. And it's good to see Clint just pulling the trigger, because it's one thing to have a Malphite, but you have to pull the trigger, right? Like, you have to have the courage to go in at a certain point, and it's really well played from them so far.
Happy days for the big man in the top lane as he's able to really fuel the fire necessary to make this composition pack that vital punch when it comes to that, no doubt, 5v5 all in. All the power spikes in the right places to start things off, you'd have to imagine. And yes, Unshackled may get out-tempoed here, but has had a fantastic start to this early game. It hasn't really been put far out of this one.
Yeah, look, if your Sejuani is down, what, a few jungle camps and a level, maybe half a level in a game at 15 minutes, you're pretty happy, right? Sejuani is one of the highest scaling junglers in the game with the way that Sejuani's passive works. He has opted in for the spell book, so in late game he's going to have some extremely useful combat summoners, potentially swaps over to the exhaust and things like that. So it is a game where Sejuani's looking quite good. The Echo hasn't done enough to warrant the pick. That's the way I look at these tank junglers like Sejuani, Zac, Trundle and all that. And when you pick your carry, you have to assess what have you done in the early game that warrants your pick. Because if he can play a tank and get away with it like he is now, then the Sedge or the tank's going to be more useful.
Well, it begs the question, how do Auto want to respond to this one? Top lane, there is no influence from the Malphite, but the Aatrox can join if he wants to. It's not going to be enough. The Chaos Storm doing so damn much. Picks them up a double kill. Seaway with the True Shot barrage from the blue buff. He's able to pick up one, but it's not without stopping down Amatul. He's got himself a triple. He's still living. He's still popping off. He gets himself a quadra, and any chance for a comeback, any chance to contest a dragon, completely wiped out.
Yeah, I mean, that was all started from Revenge, right? Really good set engage. Good follow-up from Amatul. We were talking about Amatul being the team's kind of, you know, pinpoint or vocal point, if you will, being the member that really needs to have a pop-off performance. And this is that game, right? Quadra kill, 17 minutes in on Victor. Going to go back, pick up his probably all of his Hex Core upgrades at this point. And it's starting to look a bit scary for Auto Academy, right? I know it's only 300 gold difference. It's not a significant difference in gold. But what you have to remember is, like, the UQU outscale them heavily in terms of mid lane scaling, in terms of ADC scaling, in terms of jungle scaling, right? Like, in terms of putting their composition together, their scaling is insane. So the fact that they're ahead at 17 minutes with what we would have said is the weaker of the, you know, their jungle mid in particular is quite weak, is scary.
It is indeed. I mean, we can look to sort of see how it all started off here with Revenge just leading the line as a set will do, and Amatul having so much free time to execute upon.
Look at that, 3-man set ulti into a rip back. Oh my goodness. The set really is the MVP. We have some very good set players in the OCS, but they've all been in support. We haven't seen set in a solo lane, but we don't need to when you can do things like that. And this is the
Gargano of supports, right? You know, they say, I don't want to be a Soraka, I don't want to be a Yubi, I want to punch on, I want to get aggressive, I want to be a Nautilus, a set, somebody that can actually go for a 1v2 in that bot lane, now showcasing what they can do when it comes to team fights as well. And, you know, as you say, the elegance factor here from Auto Academy doesn't seem to be paying off at this stage. You know, the UQ Union are able to get the levels of the item advantages and everything required for this Wombo combo to start things off.
Yeah, I
just destroyed before there's any time for a comeback.
Well, for context with Set, right, I had some dude come into my stream and ask for a bit of advice on support and how to climb. He was like mid-diamond. And I said, okay, just like learn how to play Set. I played as, I learned how to play Set. I recommended him to learn Set. And within a week, he was in Master Tier.
Where did he start off?
In Diamond 3 or something like that. And he's like, he just messaged me, oh, thanks, I would never have tried Set support, right? Like, I didn't think it was that strong, but we're seeing the influence Set has in OCS games, right? I think in every game we've seen a Set, it's been such a determining factor in how the game swings in the mid game or who eventually ends up winning the game.
Yeah. It just creates so much pressure, and the response, it just wants so much from the opposition as to, well, how do you want to deal with this? And then the ability to say, well, we can't actually look to get on their backline or those sort of key targets because we're getting commanded by this man here, a support with just Merc treads. Able to free man us. Pretty ridiculous at this stage of the game as the UK Union are able to continue all this pressure on the map, not only having 3 dragons, they're now picking up a Rift Herald as well. Everything seems to be going their way right now as they look to once again capitalize on a potential pick, forcing out Order's hand here. That could be vital in stopping what could be a mid-siege.
What do we want to see now? I think we want to see Malphite be able to shove that wave out, maybe have the jungler hover the Malphite, and just come group mid and consistently look over and over to dive this mid lane, or at least break this mid lane tower open.
Bit of frustration you can imagine from Clovis here, you know, the fact that he was able to achieve such a strong early game. Hasn't been able to utilize or showcase what it can mean at this stage. The fights being too quick, or the situations that presented themselves, the skirmishes that have been allowed, have favoured the unstoppable force to find value where some might argue it shouldn't have been found.
So it's important.
We still yet to really talk about the, you know, the flanking positions. You know, the ability for them to flank around, be creative with the Lissandra, the Echo, the Aatrox. It's always been on UQU's terms.
Well, in order to flank, you need to have side lane control, or control at least of one side lane. But at the moment, they're not really getting that. The Malphite is really accelerated, able to push the lane out further than he should be able to. Lissandra isn't really able to get much done into Victor now that Victor's 4-0-1 with a 500 gold bounty. So the opportunity in which they're able to, you know, find these flanks is really slim as we see Sejuani engage onto Ed.
She's got the cleanse, but will she near it? Maybe they just get an execute before things are all said and done. Shift is burnt and Flash as well. Lantern coming in and clutch here to make sure that Seaway can be an impact on this time. The Chrono Break may have been what they needed to try and turn this one around. Redemption as everybody stacks up on that Wombo combo. Will it be enough? The members of the UK Union are low, but they need more damage. Frame have also forced the Flash away. Summoners are being burnt like you would not believe it right now. The Wombo combo coming out clutch. It's a 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade, but Victor was just untouched in the backline, able to just consistently pump out damage in that whole fight. The Lantern was the MVP there, right? If Saiwei went down, there was just no return in that team fight, but Ezreal, although low, was still able to return some damage from over the wall, wasn't able to auto-attack, but flinging Qs, you know, made it, I guess, not the worst case scenario, but still a good fight from the UQU. We can see that they're just willing to pull the trigger every time, right? Sejuani just throws the ultimate onto an Ezreal. Ezreal unable to dodge out here. Really good Lantern, but one thing I think I want to see there, we'll go through the rest of the replay, but Set again, wreaking havoc in the backline. Able to stall for so long, gets hooked, eventually goes down, but they finally get through Set, but now they have to get through Malphite. As Victor's just absolutely free hitting, but good disengage for Auto Academy as well, not to get completely wiped there. But what I was saying, instead of on that engage on Ezreal there, they could have dropped wards onto the Lantern, and then Ezreal cannot click the Lantern. So Revenge did follow up quite quickly, but maybe the next thing to do is drop wards onto the Lantern, but I'm not sure if he had any. It's just a suggestion for him.
Min-max play right there, and well, all was said and done, the numbers advantage presented the University of Queensland Union with enough of an opportunity to close out this one with a soul point. They now have Cloud Soul online, and if we talk about them being a composition that wants to press R, well, that just facilitates it that much more.
Oh, if Victor gets Cloud Soul, in which... Yeah, he did get Cloud Soul. Okay, he has Cloud Soul. Sorry. I was having some technical issues at the start of the game, so I did miss one or two dragons going down. But Victor with Cloud Soul is unreal. With Phase Rush, it's going to be actually hilarious watching this Victor team fight. The fact that no one is going to be able to touch him. No one. If you thought he could die before, but potentially he could have, but now if he dies, he has to have had his monitor turned off or something.
Well, they've been aggressive all game long, and I don't see this slowing things down anymore. The ability for them to almost, in a way, be even more carefree with their ability to try and force fights, and perhaps that is something Order Academy are looking to try and play from, is that based on the fact that their ultimates will be up a lot more often, they may be a little bit more risk-taking in their approach, and that is a potential for them to try and catch out members to get themselves back in. The gold is still within touching distance, only 2,000, and potentially they are now playing for the likes of an Elder Soul or the Baron buff itself, but Cloud Soul is definitely a major concern.
The one thing we haven't seen Auto Academy do is really have some good vision control around the neutral objective, or around any objective for that matter, right? Even if the objective that they're playing for is mid turret or bot turret, and they haven't utilized this Lissandra pick. I've seen one or two instances where sure, she's got a decent Frozen Tomb off, but it's not been enough to warrant the pick of Lissandra, right? Like, you want to be the one proactive, be the one looking for the picks, but at the moment they're just playing Gentleman's Agreement with minion waves, which really isn't the thing to do with the champions that Auto Academy have right now.
It's a rough time, Jubes. You can see what they're trying to do. He's trying to assert themselves with some vision control. They know that Baron is a major focal point. It's where UQU want to group up, want to force that fight, want to find that decisive 5-man ace, get that team fight win, and look to try and get an inhibitor as a result. They are quite content, however, going for the 1-3-1 split with Victor and the Malphite on opposite ends of this map. And with Teleport up in mere moments, Malphite going to be quite happy sort of sitting up with this strategy.
I love when I see a Malphite get to a point in which they're on side lane split push duties. You know what I mean? Like, that champion should never be a level up on Aatrox, even CS. But the fact that he played the early game really well, managed to pick up kills when he was on weak side as well. See the Ghost come through from Sejuani, that's a sight to see. Baron getting started.
Ghost gets popped, that switches through to a flash. They've had enough of this one. Up comes the teleport. Clint can join this fight if need be. It's a 4-man Baron start here. That is for sure going to force Order Academy's hand. They have to do something because this Baron is going to get held at around about the 4k mark. Bates had a true shot barrage in Ezreal. Unlucky. That's all I have to say about that one. Gets taken out of the fight, but we didn't have a chance to try and make something happen. The Lantern means absolutely nothing because they are stacked upon it. And any attempt for them to try and get an engage, a turnaround of some sort, forces out flashes, forces out their own teammates to get caught out of position. The 4-man wrecking ball, if you will, from the University of Queensland, just proving too strong.
Yep. Ezreal, it's so hard for Ezreal to play the game at this point. It's a 3,000 gold deficit, but when you give a wombo combo team composition this much of a gold lead, it becomes nigh impossible to win a team fight. Although Echo can steal this. Echo's Baron secure.
He's looking for it. The Baron is down to 1200. Is he able to even get into that situation? He's not. But oh my gosh, Clovis has done it! He's absolutely played out of his mind. The Chaos Storm comes on down, but the Silence will not be enough for him to still rotate that kid away. Will anybody have this Baron buff? It'll be just the Ezreal and the Fresh. But Echo got absolutely deleted and they forgot the Aatrox roam.
I don't know what to say except don't do Baron unless you can stop all of the secure coming through into the pit. I mean, sure, no one really calculates an Aatrox flash Q to secure the Baron, but it is just an unnecessary risk that it didn't need to take. And now Order Academy have a window in which they can potentially get the Elder Drake, right? They have Baron, and so what Baron does for them now is it helps them get priority in side lanes. With the Baron buff, I'm sure they're able to push out top lane, they're able to push mid lane and bot lane, and get some really good vision control. As we see the replay here, Skimmy. Malphite does the right thing, you know, Set also does the right thing, but it's just
50 health.
Yeah. Okay, in terms of playing the Baron, in terms of like how they wanted to execute, the setup was right from UQU. It's just that Baron was an unnecessary risk.
Echo could not even play the game. He got CC'd after CC. There was no chance for him to even be an influence. But Aatrox there on 50 health. Those interesting calculations. Absolutely insane. The priority that you highlight with that Baron buff is so damn crucial. One that they have to play into their arsenal based on the fact they have not lost an inhibitor just yet. But now they have to be careful because the Malphite is coming on in. That's a 4-man lock in place! And that is the wombo combo we've been waiting so patiently all game long. That is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be the kill that spelled disaster. YCK falling on down. There is no jungle contest. There is no chance to force a fight. Flash for flash. You're not running anywhere. That's going to be an ace if they can just find a final one. Clovis, the king of this composition. The last soldier remaining. But that's going to be the Elder. And that's going to be the nail in the coffin.
That was a very nice wombo combo. Revenge and Farmer have some very good synergy, right? The moment that Revenge goes in, Farmer's there ready to follow up, and this has been a very good and decisive game from UQU. As we see here, Set, just keep your eyes on Set, guys. If you didn't see it before, you'll see it now, but Victor's able to force the Echo ulti instantly, uses his ulti, sure, but Revenge sees the opportunity to go in. 4-man stack, 4-man Yasuo ulti, as well as Victor laser. There's just no chance they're winning that team fight now. And this is what we said about UQU, right? It's a little less elegant. It's more R buttons and use all of your cooldowns as soon as they group. And Order Academy, unfortunately, were the ones to get engaged on, and they weren't able to fight back or retaliate. And really clean game so far from UQU. Aside from that Baron hiccup, you know, of course they shouldn't have done it, but it is what it is. They've had a very good and decisive, clean game.
The bot duo for the University of Queensland Union, the initial setup, we talk about how many great set players there are, but then the wind wall afterwards, preventing a true shot barrage that would have hit so many members, that could have been a potential game changer, a way for them to turn things around, but they're just playing out of their mind right now. They're continuing to build up that gold lead. Any opportunity that is given to Order, they quickly squash.
Yeah, it was almost like the Baron was they gave them Baron because they wanted to get Elder, right? Let's keep this game going, we want Elder, but all they have to do now, all UQU have to do now is just pull the trigger on a Malphite ultimate. I can't wait. I live for Elder Drakes. I think that's so fun watching a game with an Elder Drake. Just seeing people they've stalled on, they've hung on for so long, and the game's so winnable until the Elder Drake.
Mum, get the camera. Revenge is looking to make things happen right now. Hex Flash goes out. Wind wall denied.
Here we go.
Here we go. Stopwatch! She goes into the backline. They look for the wombo combo, look for the laser, and look for the Elder Dragon. Bam! Goes the headshot as they fall on down. Swift as you can imagine. That's a quad. with only YCK standing and surviving. There is little to no counterplay. There is no chance for a comeback. That inhibitor is destroyed. It is deleted. 23 kills to 5. They play Wombo combo, and they have put on an absolute spectacle here.
Normally the MVPs of a game... Oh, squashed. Yep, absolutely squashed. Normally the MVPs of the game are the one that has the pretty score lines. You look at the 8-0-9, you look at the 5-1-14, Yasuo the victor. But for me, the MVPs of this game has been Clint on the Malphite and Set's Revenge, or Revenge Set. Really decisive. The engages were really clean, really crisp, and you can tell they were communicating beforehand. If they step up, I'm going to flash engage. And everyone was on the same page, and it was a really nice game to watch.
As you say, I think Clint there, the fact that he fell behind, you know, the matchup is definitely stacked against him, able to respond to a lane flip, which you had questions around. Yes, you know, you're looking to try and invest all these turret plates before the 14-minute mark into the Ezreal, but then the fact that he died twice on 2 separate occasions, and then the Yasuo, which is able to continue to be that sort of unguided, left alone little factor there, picking up a double kill to start the game off with. So many individual plays that really came together and squashed Order Academy. It was a beautiful game to start off this one. We're going to jump to a quick break. That does game number 1. When we return, it's our second one. Welcome back, and if you're just joining us, well, you missed an absolute spectacle when it came to wombo combos, pulled off flawlessly, really, with a dose of drama to top it all off with, Jubes. You know, he had a Baron steal amidst everything going against him, but in the Elder, and given how strong the wombo combo was already, the Elder was the cherry on top.
Yeah, at a certain point, it's autopilot. You don't need to play the game once you get that Elder Drake. We saw the Malphite just tank up, Clint just tanked up turret, popped the Zonyas, and then there was no minion wave, and he thought, wait, we have Elder, I'm just going to ulti. So they just dove past the turret without a minion wave, and the wombo combo was a beautiful thing to see, and it ended up getting them the victory. So it was really well played from them.
It was a pretty disgusting game from the sense of how strong or how prevalent they were with their ability to always find massive amounts of value. We talk about the set, but I don't think there was a single time he actually hit lower than 3 people. He was always gathering together 3 to 4 boys, setting his team up for success, and really exemplifying the word support. So I look forward to seeing what we're going to get into this next matchup, which will be Pentanet.gg Rise up against the QT Tigers. 2 compositions, or 2 teams that like to be rather explosive. I feel bad for Luch on the side of Pentanet, however. The first 2 weeks he's played out of his absolute mind. Last week down the Cassiopeia, getting double buffs. I think it was like a triple kill in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Finishing the game, 11-3, but then by the end of it, getting sniped out by a Cassiopeia. The Chungy pocket pick proving to be too powerful.
Yeah, I mean, Luch has had some really good games, right? Luch is, for me, maybe I think he is the biggest name in the OCS this year, right? Has numerous years of OPL experience, been in playoffs. Was also touted as one of the best laning mid laners in the OPL for a very long time, so seeing him pop off is no surprise, but Pentanet weren't able to bring it together as a cohesive unit, like as a team. And this is something we thought we wouldn't see from them, right? They have so much experience in Seb, in Zenk, in Crazy, being all on OPL rosters, that we thought if there was one thing that they would be good at, or one thing that this team would really excel at, is the way that they move around the map. And again, that's something we didn't see. Whereas when we look at QUT, the team that they're versing, right? QUT are a team that, sure, they have their early game plan, which is generally Hingooby playing towards Nightfaller, but when QUT group up and get things together, they do move quite well as a team. So it's almost like 2 polarizing playstyles in this game.
That it really is, and highlighting that jungle matchup in particular, well, that's where the focus goes here from Pentanet to start things off with. They deny the Shaker, they deny the Fiddlesticks. We've seen how annoying that can be, especially in recent times, but the Zoe ban continues to be a mainstay here. Every single game that Pentanet have played, Luch has had that denied away from him, so I expect to see that priority continue here.
I would almost
they open up their account with Yorn.
Well, I would almost argue that this Karma pick is also a takeaway from Luch too. He's historically been a Karma player. Yep. Very good at Karma. Karma's not necessarily known as a champion that can have a really, lane kingdom kind of lane phase in the mid lane, but Luch somehow manages to find his way, find the CS lead, and able to play with perma priority. But there goes that flex. They've already... QUT, I don't like this necessarily, because QUT kind of saying that Karma's going to support, but Nightfaller, to be fair, has played Cassio top, so I guess it still is all flexible.
Straight disrespect here, as we highlight Luch. Those 2 champions that the QT Tigers have logged in so far are the only 2 that he's played in their 2 games. So we're going to see something new out of him today. Get to see exactly what he has prepared on the big sheet, as they now lock in Aphelios as their response.
The Warwick coming through. I doubt we'll see that one, but it would be fun.
Sure.
Would be very fun.
That you highlight between the Karma and the Cassiopeia, because traditionally speaking, you lock these in because they can be flexed in so many different lanes, but as you say, they are no stranger to the danger of keeping their opponents on their tiptoes and saying, well, this could go top, it could go bottom.
Yeah, QT, I think they play some of the funkiest stuff in terms of top lane, right? Like, he's probably one of the... And I wouldn't call Silas funky, so don't get me wrong there, but he plays the stuff in the top lane like the Cassiopeia. He's one of the few top laners that we've seen play the Jace, not in the OCS, but we did see him play Jace in the University League that you and I casted. So they do have some really good champion pool diversity, and it makes it a hard time to draft against a team like QUT. So the fact that we're seeing them ban junglers away now is a good thing, because the Trundle obviously doesn't have a good time into certain jungle matchups, and looking like they're getting away, steering clear of that. Graves and the Kindred.
I like the Caitlyn ban, and predominantly based on the fact that we saw from last week in the OPL, from Avant in particular, how strong it was to find a lot of early priority with the Karma and the Caitlyn. Perma shoved that wave, and it was little to no response. These compositions were looking to try and jump in with the likes of a Fresh or a Nautilus and try and be aggressive. They just never had that opportunity to do it. And, given the fact they've already revealed what their bottom lane is going to be with the Aphelios and the Yuumi, they want to try and make life as easy as possible to come into that mid game.
Yeah, Kate is definitely a good ban here, but it still leaves open. Well, no, I was gonna say it still leaves open the Varus, but they first banned Varus. No, it's actually these are really solid pick bans, right? It's teams that are adapting to what's happening in draft, and they're not really rigid and stuck in the ways of, oh, these are the 5 bans that we have to do against them, and that's what I like to see. I like to see that because, we see them pick up the Trundle. Okay, let's ban Graves Kindred. We see them have Karma. We see the first big Karma, right? Okay, what do they want to play? They want to play a poke bot lane, so they might take the Kate, they might take Ezreal, but they've taken both those options away, and now they have to go with the Kai'Sa, which I have to say, Kai'Sa Karma is not really a scary lane, right? It doesn't really do much. Kai'Sa did get buffs, sure, but Aphelios Yuumi is, for me, one of the S tier bot lanes right now, so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
It's going to be interesting as you highlight the range mismatch between the ability for Karma to poke, but then the inability really for then Kai'Sa to try and follow things up with her rockets being very limited in terms of wanting to sort of force close quarters combat as a result. But I like the fact that Pentanet have sort of said that we know where we want to invest our resources, deny the jungle, deny the ADC, find a source of strength for ourselves, and now complement it with what is incredibly strong across the board. You've got the Jarvan, you've got the Syndra, you've got the ability to sort of find those skirmishes and say, if we do catch you in place, no matter what the level is, we're going to one-shot you.
Yeah, and I mean, Syndra has a good matchup into the Cassio, which is why I thought Cassio was going to top lane as soon as I saw that Syndra pick locked in, because Cassio does beat Ornn, but only beats Ornn at a point where she has enough mana, and she doesn't have enough mana for a very long time, right? She needs the tier to come through, as well as a few items before she doesn't go hitting the Ornn, especially because Ornn will be going the Abyssal Mask route, and that does make Ornn particularly tanky. And he doesn't necessarily need the armor in the sense that he's not going to be laning against the Aurelia anytime soon. They can flip, but they won't want the Cassio into the Syndra. So I think it's fine. I don't think this Cassio pick is going to run rampant in this game. I'm a man who does like very traditional team compositions and ones with obvious win conditions and execute. So I really, really like Pentanet.gg Rise's composition. It's obvious what they need to do. There's some R buttons to make it easy. They have some good scaling, the Yuumi, and it's really just a good 5-on-5 comp where you look at QUTs, their composition cannot fall behind in laning phase. Otherwise, it is very hard for them. And their win cons are they're far more linear, and there's less for them to do in the sense that less to come back into the game if they need to.
So let's spitball here then some ideas as to what the Tigers are looking to try and achieve in this very early game stage. We've been so vocal about them having this very clear connection between jungle and top. You say Cassio here, not going to have the mana pool, which is definitely obvious there without the likes of a stacked up tier and the other items to complement it. Do we still see a world in which they want to take the Trundle top side, really try and keep the Ornn out of this game, hyper accelerate Nightfall, or do you think they'd rather prefer to try and get Tekka online here in this assassin AD AP matchup, try and keep the Syndra at bay, and then have the ability to then obviously have the Aurelia free rotate between top and bot?
Well, when I see Ornn top lane and I see the Trundle Cassio, but then I look at the nameplates as well, I think we're going to be seeing a tent put up in the top side of the map. Once Trundle hits level 6, there's definitely a kill threat onto the Ornn. Even before that, we see Trundle, we see Hingoobi path towards top side, look to punish most top laners. I think that the Pentanet roster are more likely to be well prepared, well drilled, and understand that this top side focus play is coming. So I want to see a team adapt and understand that, QT Tigers do have this playstyle, and let's force them to play another way, right? Let's not give them a kill in the top side. Let's force them to think, because when things don't go to plan in game, you start to not panic, but you start to think, okay, well, this isn't working. I haven't been able to get Nightfall or a lead. What do I need to do now? And it does throw a little bit of a spanner in the work, if you will. So I want to see this from Pentanet. I like the Ornn pick. You know how we talked about, do we just want to see them match a strong 2v2 and go toe-to-toe with the QUT Tigers? I think Ornn is the one of the options in which you can do to avoid the 2v2 skirmish altogether and play for other players in your lane, on your team rather. Especially when you have Luch on Syndra, Zenk on the Aphelios, then you have some lanes to play around.
And I'm curious as to that point, right, where Seb looks to try and invest his time, because how many times have we seen him look to try and match the top lane gank, make it a 2v2 situation, but then the buff transfer goes across, Nightfall gets everything he needs, and he's already looking to try and exert pressure for a 1v1, but then,
Yep.
you hyper accelerate it. How many times have we seen a Cassiopeia get the double buffs and just sort of completely forget the fact that, hey, I have no mana pool, I have no resources, now suddenly this matchup is insanely strong for me. So, yeah, I'm curious to see how Penendent look to try and play this. There's only been really one time we've seen Hingubi get really put far behind, and that was when he went into the Dire Cubs, and Ubisoft there on the Evelyn just, made his life a living reality. So, there are definitely times that the QT Tigers don't get to play their way, and it's almost like trying to discover more chinks in the armor.
Yeah, and another lane that we haven't really talked about that's extremely volatile both ways is the Syndra Aurelia. And we did touch on it, Tekka on this Aurelia, Luch on this Syndra, but really whoever gets the lead in this lane almost becomes unplayable, right? Like Aurelia is going to probably end up going for the Merc Treads and maybe, and this is just maybe the wit's end, but wait and see. So Jarvan Syndra for me is one of the strongest like 2v2s in the game, especially at level 6. So I want to see Seb, and I think Seb should start playing around Luch a lot more. In their other drafts where they had the Cassiopeia last week, that was extremely fed. Luch did not, Seb really didn't play through mid lane, but the caliber of these two players, I want to see them like lean on each other, right? Offer each other the assistance, then hit a side lane. So play through mid to top, mid to bot, negate this Aurelia pick, put the Aurelia behind, because if there's something that's useless in League of Legends, it's an Aurelia behind. Because Aurelia, to do damage, has to dive back lane and has to be strong enough to not get one shot while doing so. So if they can put an emphasis, yep.
Well, to add to that then, would you say it's a win for Pentanet to hit level 6 unscathed with the matchups going even, sacrifice Dragons and Heralds if need be, to ensure that they aren't losing their 1v1 matchup, get a few items online, they hit that level 6 power spike, work on each other, and then they start to really exert, okay, this is what our composition can do?
Well, while Syndra's, not necessarily the strongest early game champion, or at least rather she's not the strongest pre-6, Jarvan kind of is. When Jarvan has the red buff, he's and level 2, level 3, he's one of the strongest champs in the game. He will never like really beat Trundle in the 1v1, but it will never be a 1v1 in the mid lane. And if they put most of their focus onto the Aurelia, then they should be able to win the 2v2 and disengage like the Trundle. So I don't necessarily care for them to reach level 6. I think that burning a summoner in the mid lane early for Jarvan, if it's a red buff into a gank mid, is good.
Well, let's see how that plays out here, Jubes. Game number 2 of the day here in week 4 of the OCS, where Pentanet.gg Rise up against the QT Tigers. 2 compositions full of aggression, some game plans that we've seen come out from both, sometimes showing to be predictable, predominantly on the side of Tigers with their jungle top interaction, but now we want to sort of see the same pattern, but here in the mid jungle for Pentanet as a response. So we're going to get to see exactly how these teams want to play themselves out, how they want to try and find those individual advantages, and how they want to try and force their style of play upon their opponents.
Yeah, so even Cassio's gone for the mana crystal refillable potion start as well, so really valuing getting this tier early on, potentially even after like the first few waves, just hard pushing, burning your mana completely, and just playing for the tier of the goddess stack. But also important to note that Cassio opted in for the phase rush instead of the Conqueror, which there could be an argument that being a double, beefy frontline with the Ornn and the Cassiopeia, that the Conqueror is maybe better, but obviously mobility in League of Legends right now is one of the strongest things in the game. So valuing the movement speed over the Conqueror stacking.
It'd be interesting to see how that actually plays on out, because as you compare the likes of a Doran's Ring to this, maybe your trading patterns, your ability to hold the minion waves as a result may fall on down a little bit, but as you say, you may be itemizing the fact that, hey, I am going to get some jungle influence here, I want to hit that power spike, and Luch is having an absolute blind here. Level 2, the spheres that have landed here, really stemming the aggression that can come out from an Aurelia.
So it looked like Tekka just tried playing for level 2 first, traded a bit of health for the level 2 push, didn't end up getting it, and then had to play a game of chicken and walk his way around and make it back to the mid lane, but all of his refillable pots are burnt now, and it's only level 2, so Luch has real good control of this mid lane matchup. Hasn't even burnt a pot. Still full health. Still nearly full mana. This is going to be an early base from Tekka, I believe.
Yeah, Luch having gone for the exhaust, so he wants those combat powers, whereas Tekkra's gone for the teleport.
Yeah, look.
Not gonna ignite for the all-in. That's a beautiful dash straight through what would have been a pillar. That would have spelt disaster. Able to hang on to his flash as a result.
Yeah, it's so telegraphed now, though, right? It's almost like we're talking about it in draft, and it still happens in game. But we see the old double gank.
Well, from gank to gank, they showcase
Ooh.
what they can do. A nice little stun that buys time now for Seb to rotate and rock up flash for flash. As he gets exhausted, they were looking to try and get a nice little kill there. But once again, he returns to this lane in the same state that he left it.
Yeah, I really like that from Seb, though. Trading your flash, knowing you're probably not going to get a kill, but burning the Aurelia flash means much more for the side of Pentanet than it does QUT, right? You think, okay, 1-for-1 flash, not that bad, but you forget that Seb is a jungler, doesn't really need to play in lane, doesn't need to worry about dying, but can punish the Aurelia flash. So, you know, the next base, off next base, when this mid lane wave bounces, wouldn't be surprised if we see Seb pop his head in and pick up a kill on Tekka.
Well, Tekka has been incredibly punished at the start things off here in the mid lane. Down by 10 CS, both summoners have been burnt. No ability to now influence those side lanes, fully reliant on winning his 1v1 matchup, and Luch is definitely giving him a run for his money as we turn to the bottom side, where things appear to be even for the most part. But this is the dream for Yumi.
If you take TP versus a non-TP user, wait a minute, might see Seb just trade some damage here, not really going to have much happen.
Here goes hunting, cancels out the stun, EQ putting in work.
Or bot lane Prio though, may be able to collapse.
They do indeed. They're going to force a flash, and Zenk wants to get aggressive. So does Luch. They want to get a first blood online. Hingubi going for the jungle 1v1. The first blood goes the way of Pensnet, but not without a second kill potentially coming across. TP's coming in thick and fast right now as the trade takes place. But that's not going to be without both AD carries getting themselves on that score sheet. Supports are gone. The Pensnet finding all they need with the sustaining component of the Yumi. Stuns land.
Oh!
Flash to connect. The bellowing breath.
Ornn's over.
He wants to make things happen. Everybody just showcasing what they can do at the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, and so Ornn loses a pretty big wave, top side of the map for this. You know, probably loses about 2.5 to 3 waves. Down 10 CS as well, but really nice skirmish out of Pentanet there. Able to identify, and again, this comes down to earlier, Seb trading flash for the Aurelia means that they were able to make this play happen, right? If Aurelia has flash, there's no universe in which this play works, but really heads up play from Seb burning the flash early, so good punish. And this isn't going to stop, right? It's going to be repetitive and continuous in mid lane. The moment an Aurelia burns flash, all you do is rinse and repeat that lane, because the only way for Aurelia to trade is to be in melee range, but also be playing really aggressive. And so without that flash, she loses that ability to play aggressive, and then if she chooses to be aggressive, you can punish her.
Punishment potential is insanely real, and you can sort of understand there that sure, willing to sacrifice all that CS in the top side, kind of banking on a success off that team fight skirmish and maybe netting himself a few more kills, but unfortunately for him, returns back to that lane, still at a neutral scoreline. No assists, nothing to his name.
Dragon looking to be secured here, using the bot lane priority that he has, and you know, that skirmish in the river, I wasn't able to see lane states prior to the skirmish, but there's an argument to be made that whilst Pentanet picked up 2 kills, it wasn't worth it for them. Look at the EXP differentials and CS differentials in top lane, coming through in bot lane now, and the deficit in the mid lane has even neutralized itself, because I think, you know, when that skirmish in the river took place, Pentanet had all their waves bouncing towards them, and so yes, they picked up 2 kills, but they lost, you know, probably what, a cumulative 4 waves or something like that, 5 waves.
Well, this is creative. A bit cute here by Pentanet to start things off with a 3-man collapse, stun into stun, execute goes the way of Luch. And everything that you highlighted before, well, that's a drop in the bucket to try and turn things back around.
Yeah, but this is what we really haven't seen happen to QUT, right? In a majority of games that they play. We don't really see their top laner get punished for these real outlandish picks. Because, you know, picking Cassiopeia into an Ornn is pretty, I'm not going to say cocky. Cocky's not the word, because it works for them and that's why they do it, but it's volatile. And they normally don't get punished, but this is really punishing for Nightfaller right now. Ornn's been able to pick up 2 turret plates, pick up an assist for Cassio there. Cassio loses the whole wave, and if your Cassio is not ahead and is just matching even with an Ornn, you take the Ornn 9 times out of 10.
does beg the question as to what their game plan is to get themselves back in, given the fact that they haven't fallen victim to the classic snowball of jungle top. To make sure that the Tigers are online top side of that map. Bottom side though, Zex had a bit of a rough showing, down by 20 CS, all things said and done.
I was going to say this.
Harassment, it's kind of blown out of the water.
Yeah, QUT's bot lane's playing extremely well this game, right? They're not normally the strong point of the QUT roster in the sense that they do get put on weak side quite a bit, and whilst they really haven't had any jungle resources, they're still able to have a 20 CS lead and a kill, so you know they are up gold in this lane, and potentially if Hingubi notices that, will come to bot lane and path to bot, but topside jungle at the moment.
Potentially being a source of
Here we go.
attention as they now look to try and lead the line with the tether landing, but the punishment turnaround is so damn strong, especially with this weapon combination that Aphelios can bring to the table. Yuumi jumping off, providing a shield, jumping back in and making sure that that trade still works in their favor. The sustain will definitely be, no doubt, working in their favor as the heals come through thick and fast, but that's going to be all the consumable potions out of Akira. Very real kill threat.
And so Tekka's, made the decision to pick up Hex Drinker into pretty much 1 AP, right? Like, sure, Ornn does magic damage, but majority of the 2v2 and majority of the damage coming through onto the Aurelia is going to be from, like, the Jarvan and at least Jarvan in the early game, and then Aphelios into the mid to late game. So Hex Drinker really, the value is only against the Syndra and a bit of the Yuumi, but so defensive right now. Like, so defensive in this lane. Could have maybe just picked up the Merc Treads and been done with it, but instead opted in for the really defensive build. No real kill threat for Syndra anymore, but Aurelia does lose a lot of damage.
Looking to almost say, well, this is the state of the game right now. I feel like my window to really truly dominate this one has passed. I'm looking to now go even and rely on those other lanes to continue up this momentum as it begins to now be a 25 CS lead in the bottom side.
Yeah.
A nice, beautiful rotation, a beautiful recall with the minion wave crashing on in, and begins the journey of what is the commonplace tier.
I would argue that the one reason why Kai'Sa is not the greatest into Yuumi is because Kai'Sa can't reliably build heal cut, right? Because if Kai'Sa wants to go AP route, then has to wait till she can build on Morello's. And then AD Kai'Sa building early, hang on a minute, gank, burns flash, okay.
Once again, and that's what you wanted to see, right?
Yeah.
Seb on repeat, shows himself mid lane, force out summoners, gets the flash, and we may just continue to see drive-bys within that 5-minute window.
Yeah, and so now, whenever Aurelia decides she wants to push the wave out, she's going to die. There is no way she can survive Luch and Seb chaining ultimates together. So looks like Tech is in for a rough night.
It's a little bit deceiving though, as you highlight there with the executioners on towards the Kaiser from TFT, where you're sort of saying heal cut is so invaluable. What does it taught us? But taught us that team fights, regardless, are still explosive. Sustain is the king, as Aurelia, despite everything, goes balls to the wall, but falls on down. As Eden jumps across that one, able to utilize that mobility. Ultimate coming in clutch as a result. Now going to be a 4v4. Mid laner and ADC gone. Dragon up in just under a couple of seconds.
Yeah, this is just QT really fighting on their power spikes. A little bit of a messy one. I think Aurelia survived for far longer than they would have wanted to. But their Aphelios is significantly behind in this game and really not going to be doing anything until the first item. As we see Tekka TPing in to skewer the dragon, but Kai'Sa's got the Manamune power spike. Aphelios doesn't have the first item, neither does Yuumi, so it's just a window. Nice slight secure.
Seb secures it, has Yuumi on the back end.
Yeah.
You can look to use that jump and dash to get himself out of harm's way once again. Dragon started up, everything invested into it for what would have been a Dragon Scuttle acquisition, but Pentanet will not fall victim to that.
Yeah, Seb couldn't flash out of the pit because Miasma went down, but yeah, look, I'm not sure how worth I think those smite steals are. I think these dragons in particular are in a state where maybe the tempo and your life and your flash is worth more than just the second dragon. Once we start getting to third dragons and of course soul, then we can start talking about trading life and trading resources to smite secure. But in terms of just securing the cloud dragon, Not sure. Not sure. We'll see if they end up with a soul. Then maybe we'll talk about whether it was worth or not.
Well, Seb does retain that flash as you highlight, so it could have been a blessing in disguise that it might as well be placed on the floor to retain that combat prowess. The ability to once again rotate through the mid lane and punish Teko, who is still without any summoner. He's mainly used this teleport to just get him back into the lane state to not fall too far behind.
And one thing I was talking about before was that Kai'Sa, if going AD route of build, can't reliably build. Execution is calling early on, but I'm gonna probably stop myself here because they're playing for turret plates.
Herald is summoned very far back. That's going to be a guaranteed couple of plates going the way of the Tigers.
Yeah, they're looking for a
They
dive.
may now look to try and force out more. The gaze comes online. The turret aggro will not be there. Kingu be quite content just to take a couple, walk away and secure this turret. The first one of this game. That is the top jungle interaction, putting in overtime.
Yeah, and this is what the Trundle does so well against tanks, right? Able to turret dive. Name one champ that can turret dive an Ornn that easily from full health. You know, it's really only a Trundle that enables that, and Nightfaller with the consistent Cassio damage coming out through. So really good play from them. Really good, you know, they identified the opportunity that they had and getting these resources onto the Cassio, getting gold onto the Cassio. It's one of those things again where Pentanet got somewhat of a lead in the top side with Luch being able to roam the top and Jarvan hovering, but they never really revisited it, and they kind of gave a little bit of respite to Nightfaller and allow him to get back to his CS lead, allow him to pick up some kills in a skirmish, as we see the gold lead in the top lane, gold lead in the mid lane. So yeah, again, Pentanet maybe taking their foot off the accelerator.
You give Nightfaller an inch and he for sure takes a mile. Very content now with the fact that he's gone rather unpunished by the attention that was shown at one major wave with what would have been his only death of the game, but not taking anything away from Seb. His game plan has been very clear, very much from what you really wanted to see from Craft, which was assist Luch, make sure that he gets the resources, make sure that he continues these pop-off performances that we've seen in these first two games, and ensure that the Syndra will be a game changer, one that can look to execute and do it flawlessly.
Trundle had to burn flash off camera there. Not sure what it was, if he got stunned by Syndra, but that's a pretty big cooldown going down, and Aphelios picks up the Infinity Edge now, so in terms of relevance, in terms of items, has sort of closed the gap on Eden. Obviously, Eden now has the Q evolve, so Kai'Sa ramping up again, but next fight, we'll probably see over the Dragon, so everyone's got a minute and a half to get their cooldowns up, to get their items coming on through. Ornn pretty much not at a strongest by any means, but should be more relevant in a skirmish in the river over a Cassiopeia with not even a Seraph's completed. So for me, it looks like the fight for Pentanet to lose. Kai'Sa ulti comes down.
Now comes the final chapter as they want to punish the fact that yes, you may have an Infinity Edge, but that chance to utilize that power spike will not be presented. Hingubi underneath the tower with a subjugate in so damn tanky. Not going to take any damage, and that's a dub across the board.
Yeah.
As Tekka shows and gets his very first kill online by picking up Luch on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just chaos. There's no CC, no real reliable CC coming out of QUT. The only thing that they have is a Trundle pillar, so for me, it's pretty much unacceptable that Zenk and Crazy get caught on the mid lane wave. Very good punish from QUT, but I think Pentanet just needed to play a little bit slower, and Luch maybe just lured into a false sense of security, thinking he can push that wave into the turret. But the thing about Aurelia rushing the Hex Drinker, whilst I don't think it's necessarily the correct item choice, it means that Aurelia can't die to Syndra, right? Like, Syndra doesn't have any magic pen, doesn't have enough juice in the tank to get through the Hex Drinker in the early game. But what they could have done was put Ornn into the Aurelia lane, and whilst Ornn, yes, isn't building armor, the base stats are enough to really not get forced out from the Aurelia because the Hex Drinker rush. So I think they got their lane assignments a little bit wrong, and they got a little bit impatient on mid-wave.
Well, this definitely changes up the tune here.
Yeah.
James. They've really put a rabbit out of a hat here in this sense that what appeared to be a sense of predictability has now been thrown in their face. Those power spikes that you were highlighting, well, that window, that opportunity has for sure passed as now Eden sitting at 3-0-2 is well on the way to getting the Ginsu's online. Saving grace will be that the Herald, the second one of the game, will secure a top turret.
Not to cast this
That's
cursor too, but not to cast the cursor at all, and I hope I don't, but this is definitely the best we've seen Eden and Akira play, right?
Oh, without a doubt, and that's what I mean. Like we've always shone the flashlight or the highlight reel to that top side. But
Yeah.
it's great to see that look, you can invest in that part of the map, but don't forget what happens down here too.
That's
Definitely
an
playing out
Orn
their
engage.
mind so far. As the Orn ult opens things up in bot side river. That's going to be the Cataclysm, locking in place Akira right now. They really want to force the objective, they really want to force this fight. Can Zenk get himself in there? Stopwatch comes out, Seb secures one. That's a double, Shaw now online. As he sets a 2, 1, and 2. Last going to make sure that Eden gets away, but Seb's not done just yet.
Well, there's
Will
no
have the magic
turret.
missiles, and Will have the mobility. As Crazy can continue to give him movement speed after movement speed. But, well, Kaiser, rather elusive in nature, and that's bought so much time, baited the entire team into the bot lane. Will it be enough? Shaw finds himself another kill. And what was a attempted counter-engage favors Pentanet considerably.
Yeah, and the moment we tried to look about, one team doing well, one team playing the right way, it kind of just, the flip scripts and it goes in the other direction, but really nice engage coming out of Pentanet. Identifying that their Orn was there, pulling the trigger, being able to go on the flashless target. That's why timing summoner spells is so important. They knew Karma had no flash, and so they went really hard for her. But the important thing here is that this was what it looks like when QUT aren't playing towards their composition, right? They had Cassio kind of just coming into the skirmish, and they all were coming in from different angles, and there was no protection for anyone on the side of QUT because Pentanet forced the agenda and were able to, pull the trigger and make QUT react, as opposed to QUT setting up the play and starting it for themselves. So it's really one of those things, is the proactivity pretty much will always beat reactivity.
Well, the activity as a whole is that both teams essentially have negated what was a major gold lead favouring the Tigers only moments before, now sitting at just a mere 1,000. No major ability for them to snowball that further than the kills they achieved, given the state that the Dragon wasn't going to spawn for another couple of minutes at that point.
Kaiser's
Side of life.
Kaiser's also a really weird champion in terms of power spikes and how she ramps up into games. So, when Kaiser hits the Manamute pickaxe phase and gets the Q evolve, you start to notice a significant ramp up in damage. But then as you see Kaiser build towards the Rage Blade, and whilst those components come in and Rage Blade comes in, if she's not, significantly ahead, as we might see a pick onto the Trundle, but Nimbus Cloak is just too broken. As we see those types of the Rage Blade come in for the Kaiser, her damage doesn't fall off, but there's no real significant increase, like you would see on an Aphelios picking up his Runans or picking up the Zeal. So Kaiser generally has to, till we see the next noticeable power spike, we'll have to wait till that Manamune becomes fully stacked up. And this is something I noticed watching Kaisers around the world and just playing Kaiser myself, is that, she has this real weird power curve. And sometimes it feels like, she's falling off in a sense, but trust me, Kaiser doesn't fall off, just waiting for that next, item to come through, which will be that Muramana.
And then I think, on the topic of elegance, it becomes a bit of a spectacle as to how their team then look to try and play around those power spikes and how to try and set themselves up with some kills to bridge the gap.
Well,
Well, it appears to be down the bottom side here. They're buying a lot of time. I'm not sure if Pentanet want to just force a Baron, if they want to try and collapse on top side, because they've committed 2 to trying to collapse on towards the Zorn, but he may just be able to 1v2. He's incredibly strong, sitting at 3, 1, and 2 himself. But I tell you that, Subjugate will do so much of negating that. Now already 60 armor, 60 resistance across the board, and he got melted like hot butter.
Yeah, I mean, are we just gonna pretend like Subjugate's not broken, or what?
Oh, it's insane.
Yeah, but Seb going in onto the Aurelia here, really no damage coming out. That's a jungler in Season 10. That's just me complaining as a jungler. but mid-turret going down, you'd argue that, overall, despite Orn falling down in the side lane, this play net gain for Pentanet. Being able to drop that mid-turret is huge for the context of this game. Gives them access to River much easier, and being able to get a deeper vision as well. So, teleport coming through, fight.
They've decided that this is the fight they want to force right now. Short is going to run into the Valley of Death and spots out for and says, hang on a minute, that's not where I want to go. Headbutts himself into his own wall, and as soon as he spawns, he falls down again. But that's the power of the Yumi and Aphelios. They lock in place 2, chasing gallantly on towards the Orn. That's It's gonna be a triple, baby. Aphelios doing Aphelios things.
Hey, guys, any Season 10ers in the chat? Or any Season 10s in the chat or not? Because that's just what we witnessed there. I mean, really good team fight coming out of out of Pentanet, but look, a bit of an in from Shaw, right? Like,
maybe that's the biggest CC in the game. They're so dumbfounded by what that engage was that 4 people are locked in place and Aphelios wipes the floor.
I mean, it's just really unbalanced. The fact that he can hit these 2-item power spike and just do so much damage like that, you know, it's not to ignore the damage Luch did there. Obviously, a big stun coming through and using those Syndra balls to a T, but, you know, Yuumi Aphelios really power spike and really ramping up. And I wanted, before this Dragon fight, I really wanted to talk about how inactivity for QUT is activity, in the sense that they're forever scaling into this game with the Cassio in top lane, the Trundle with the Subjugate. You know, they have the Kai'Sa who's very happy to hit the Muramana and hit that 3rd item. So I don't necessarily think they needed to fight that Dragon. And as I was about to get my point across, it was a TP in and it was a fight that they opted in for. And we just saw the relative strength and the power spike window for Pentanet just really coming to fruition there.
Well, Pentanet for sure take those. Gonna be very content with how that one all played on out, and it's allowed the Zenk to hit that major 2-item spike that you just absolutely love to see. Now it appears to be working towards a death stance as well to make sure he does not fall down to a one-shot combo. There's Crazy. He's hitting his stride as well with now 6 stacks on the Dark Seal. Big profiteer of what was a successful team fight. But now Luch is caught in a bit of a rush situation, gonna flash himself into topside, but 3 members just pounce upon him. Very willing to burn the flash. Exhaust comes out, but it means nothing. And just like the Dragon fight before, TP's coming, we're doing Baron.
Yeah, this might be a Baron going on over, but we'll have to see what happens. Seb's definitely going to put his body on the line and try and secure it, but... Nice one.
Petrifying Gaze out of range right there. It's a major cooldown of 3-man Cataclysm. What can Aphelios do right now? Baron has still been aggro, negating 50% of the damage off this Cassiopeia. Will it be enough? The Twin Fang not appearing to do little to anything in that stage. Karma with shields for the crew could be the MVP right now, but Sib has found a great little angle to jump into the backline.
Aphelios,
as he jumps in, he falls swiftly on down. So many members are lethal. He sees a Quadra in between his eyes. He wants it, but his health bar is as low as the opponent's. Eden, what have you done? He's a sniper.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Aphelios, in that fight, Aphelios had the perfect guns up. He had those chakram spinning. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but that's my take on what Aphelios is. Also has the red guns, but look at the white guns coming on through here. Lands the ultimate, has just so many chakrams spinning around him. Really nice engage from Seb. I think he's the MVP there, but Aphelios here just doing so much damage and so much work. Probably flashes out maybe a little bit too early. He can really push his limits and just sit in there and pump damage out. But again, Seb going over, really nice, maybe a bit overzealous, but it's just an absolute bloodbath. Pentanet should have been happy at any point that they got them off the Baron and won a 4v5, but really nice snipe from Eden as well. You know, Aphelios also went back and picked up the Death Dance. I'm not too familiar with this build. I don't even know if it's a thing, but he wants the survivability. He wants the extra healing. The Yuumi's not enough for him, so we'll have to see how this one plays out.
Ardent Sensor, Fiends, and what is soon to be a fully stacked up Dark Seal. Everything that Zenk requires now to be as insanely strong as possible, to be a tank in his own damn right as well. I wonder, Jubes, you know that engage in the top try, there was no ward placed down. Whether or not that was the deal breaker, that meant they lost vision and were not able to get the kill. They've spotted out Hingubi, he's down to half right now, Pillar goes up, doesn't have the flash, receives a shield, and he is out of harm's way. But they were fishing for what would have been a nice little kill to get themselves some control of these objectives.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of miscommunication. They weren't really looking to commit for a kill there, but Crazy thought, you know what, we can, and burns the cat ultimate, but it is what it is. Short cooldown at this point in the game. Now, as we see the gold on here, we see Aphelios is up 1k now. They went from such a rough laning phase, Eden and Akira playing so well, but came down to the team fights and Zenka and Crazy really popped off. So 1k lead on the Aphelios. That's who my eyes are on for the next team fight. Both ADCs need to have a big performance.
Absolutely. I mean, both ADCs right now are showcasing that they can be, you know, the difference maker, the one that can either spell the team fight working in their favor or to try and find a silver lining at the end of one.
I guess the problem is though, is one ADC has a Molten's Edge and the other one doesn't.
Well, this has been a bit of a difference of shot calling as Pentanet got baited to try and go in for the dragon, and as soon as he teleports in, he falls on down, but he's distracted so many minutes of Pentanet right now that the Baron goes their way. Yes, he falls on down. It's going to be a 4v5. Surely that's an easy transition to pick up a dragon.
That's really decisive shot calling from QUT, right? They know they have the Cassiopeia. You can tell it's something that they play with quite often. So they decide, okay, you know what, we'll sack Dragon, but we'll get the Baron instead. And really heads up play, good shot calling, good clean, precise, and it's what they needed. I think it's what they needed in this game because whilst they're still ahead, a little bit of gold, the team fights were really not going in their favor. I think Pentanet were hitting their power spikes, hitting the items they need to really run over the game. And so this Baron buff allows Cassiopeia to scale further into this game, as well as Kai'Sa. So it acts as almost like a mini pause for them, right? They're able to get some turrets in the side lane, but they're able to, more importantly, get items and levels on their carries.
Well, 2 turrets were picked up as a result, 1 for each team. As you say, both objectives serving their own rights in what they mean for the greater good. But we may now just start to see a bit of a lull with those next objectives coming up in another 4.5 minutes. As teams look to try and achieve another item, find any form of advantage. Talking of those advantages, Eden has now locked in with that Executioners, as you highlight. So you're going to be interesting to see how much value that actually equates to. If you're able to get a strong uptime with those auto attacks or not. Or if he gets zoned out of the team fight and sort of fully reliant on his utility from his toolkit.
It's important to note now that Kai'Sa does have 3 items as well as the Executioners and the stopwatch, so they identified that they do need the heal cut. Tekka also picking it up.
Yeah.
I don't know if this was a recent thing. I wasn't able to see for the last team fight that they had, but sure, again caught in the side lane.
Top side is where they're at. The spell shield breaks. It's a 2-man knockup. A big rotation is coming from Pentanet. As long as Shaw can try and live here, the magic missile will get out range. Seb wants to force it. EQ's in, looking for the Cataclysm. Does not want to go on Trundle if he can avoid it. The pillar, the disengage, and the emote. And the QT Tigers are running them around this map, picking up so much value. They're now going to get 2 turrets, both in mid and bot, all for free.
Uh-oh. Oh, Cassio was caught in the side. I thought that was much worse than it looked, but TP coming through from Ornn trying to defend the inhibitor turret. Philios with the Season 10 engage, nearly one-shots the Karma.
Tries to make things happen with a 2-man Graviton, locking him in place, but not to be the case there.
I mean, so QT, you know, really did well with this Baron buff. They picked up so many turrets, were able to extend their gold, you know, another 2,500. So whilst they, you know, they did die, they were able to pick up and rotate through mid lane, through bot lane, and pick up turrets, pick up jungle camps, and put themselves in a really good position to win this game. Like, the Kai'Sa has all the evolves now. Aurelia is level 16, dinging some items, sure, 1 and 5, but you know, KDA doesn't matter, it's what items do, what items matter, so nice cheese here coming out of Luch. This is what happened, but we didn't see on camera.
Just a repeat of what we saw as a gank earlier in that laning phase, a 3-man collapse and lights out. But now it sort of begs the question, right, Jubes? We've had a game that's for the most part, been in a bit of a standstill. The economy has been incredibly close for 30 minutes now. And there have been trades on, well, we'll find a pick if you get a tower, or if you get a tower, we're going to get an objective. That's to make the question as to what is going to be the way this one looks to sort of close on out. Will it be that all-decisive soul point or Baron acquisition?
What it looks like, the way that we're going to see this game really break open, is it's going to be, in terms of QUT, they're going to have to find a pick in the side lane, whether it's Ornn overextending or Syndra. But whereas Pentanet really want to just be able to push those side lanes out and group as a 5-man over in neutral objectives and just front to back on this Ornn. We see the ornaments coming through now, Syndra picking up the upgraded Death Cap. Aphelios has the upgraded Affinity Edge. So in terms of a raw 5v5, I don't think Pentanet can lose if they really just play it as Ornn in front and the rest behind them. But the way that, you know, the way that we do see QUT win this game is going to be attacking a side lane like Trundle is right now off camera.
Well, look at this. There are skirmishes all across the board right now. Jungler's trying to influence both top and bottom side, trying to find a bit of value with their mid laners. It is going to be Petanet.gg Rise that come up trumps here as they now make it a 5v4. What can they find as a result of this one? Only a minute now remaining on those all-important Baron and Dragon buffs. And it looks to be that they're going to run straight through mid and try and open up a win condition with an exposed inhibitor.
But what's important about all of this and what just transpired is that the Cassiopeia actually burnt Flash there. Hang on a minute. We might see Hingubi be caught.
Hingubi in a lot of trouble right now. He buys enough time for his team to rotate through. Subjugate giving him so much tankiness. The shield. It's clutch.
Oh my goodness, the damage.
The damage
Didn't even ulti. Lush didn't even ulti there.
Eden gets exhausted, falls down, hops to GA. Big combat summoner, or big combat item I should say, now has been removed from the equation. Dragon soon to spawn.
Aurelia did TP.
Down to 22%. He wants to make things happen. He engages with the pillar. He waits for the TP. That's going to be Nightfaller turning in with the petrifying gaze. And Tekka on the flank, coming straight in from the red buff. Able to secure themselves a double kill. The baited engage, despite the health bars being so low. They will find something for their effort, and Luch will punish accordingly. But hang on a minute. It may have just gone from left to right and back again.
They have none of this nonsense. Yumi and Ornn, look at them.
You don't understand the ebb and flow of these team fights. It looks to be favouring one team and then the other. The Dragon has been started. It's down to half and Juves. Surely this slows down a little bit more now.
This Syndra is just so strong. I mean, she didn't even use... She used Q, W, and E to one-shot Eden and pop Eden's GA. So that's kind of the game state that we're in right now. You know, Pentanet really overstayed. I think they decided that, you know, they wanted to try and break mid lane turret, but I think the smarter play for them would have just been securing the Dragon Soul. And so it's almost one of those things where tempo is key, and they weren't able to... tempo is key, and they really didn't have that in the back of their mind when they made that play. They tried to, you know, end the game, I think, a little bit too quickly, or, you know, break the inhibitor too quickly when they could have just played for Soul Point, and the relative strength that we saw at that moment in time, they would have won that Dragon fight, but now QUT live to fight another day and put themselves on Soul Point now.
Game is on a knife's edge. Soul Point away for another 4 minutes. Baron buff is there. Lane state's going to be very important, but you can see that Pentanet are trying to group themselves up as a roaming gank squad. They've initially just said, okay, we're going to go straight on the Baron. We want to force their hand. We want them to group on up. Tekka is down distracted in that bot side, furiously with his Nikes on, trying to make a play here. Baron gets dropped down to half, but the question is, how much poke do they take before they force this fight? Out comes the Ornn ultimate. Miasma locks in place Seb, who looks to try and make the play on towards Hingubi. He gets knocked away. The rest of his team are like, well, we have no vision. We can't take this Trundle. That's a stun onto Nightfall. Is he now the casualty? Is he now the kill target? It seems to be that way. As Aphelios turns around, there is no flank this time. Final chapter will be the final chapter on this game. That's going to be a double kill. That's all she wrote in that one. Yes, Hingubi's alive. He's down and out with his ability to try and make this a fight worth fighting. Baron surely goes away, though.
Are we just going to ignore Aphelios damage? I feel like I always talk about it every time it's in a game, but it's just unbelievable the amount of damage coming through. But, you know, really good presence of mind from Zenk there, because Cassiopeia was already dead and Zenk was autoing the Cassiopeia, and as opposed to using the ultimate to finish her off and secure the kill, he used ultimate on the group that is Eden and Akira that was flanking from the other side, and was able to pick up, you know, kills on them as well.
Well,
they just pushed for the end.
There you have it. This time, Pentanet.gg Rise will get the victory. Luch will have the pop-off performance and a victory screen to match it. It was a long game. It was a game that had a lot of anxiety swirling around, and one at the end of the day that, for the most part, really showcased how strong ADCs can be in this meta.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not plural. I think there's a few ADCs that can be stronger than this meta, but it was a really good game from Pentanet. Again, we saw kind of like that early game goodness from them into a little bit of a hiccup into then picking it up again in the late game. So it seems like they have this mid-game lull in which they do lose some gold, but that game, for me, they just won through like superior team fighting and superior mechanics, and Seb was able to play through his side lanes and the strong parts of his team.
Well, that does it for game number 2. An explosive and an exciting one at that. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, it's our third best of one of the night. Welcome back to the OCS for week number 4 as we enter into now game number 3, Jubes. And, well, really from what we just saw on our screen beforehand, yet Season 10 is still well and truly a thing. There is a whole host of anxiety as to, well, do we even know what's going on? Because it was so back and forward. But by the end of it, one team fight showcased that somebody had a slight edge in positioning, shot calling, and decisiveness to make the play that was the game-winning one.
I felt like that game come down to who just got caught less, right? It was never really a well set up, to be honest. It was never really a well set up team fight. It was just people getting caught either in a side lane or people mispositioning, significantly mispositioning in team fights, so that we never really saw like a really good front to back breakout, right? It was more like the carries were at the front, one person got one shot, and it was just this real tug of war and who overstayed and who lost tempo, who had tempo out of base, and a bit of a skill check, if you will, more of a skill check than if anything. And the Yumi and the Aphelios really just came out trumps when they had the Death Dance online, the ornaments as well. I think that's when we saw kind of the game, start to get away from QUTs, when we did see those ornaments come through. Having the Death Cap upgrade as well as the Infinity Edge upgrade is just too much of a power curve, too much of a ramp up for a lot of team compositions to deal with.
Yeah, the amount of resources also they invested in making sure that Nightfaller would get ahead, not only from the laning state, but in that later stage as well, where they kept going to the side lanes, targeting the Ornn and saying, look, if we go for a team fight, it is going to be a 4v5. But that's all said and done as we now enter into our third best of one of the night. UTS Esports now fielding a brand new roster.
Yeah.
After unfortunately not being able to play last weekend, they'll be going up against Legacy Genesis, who actually played the Tigers last week, and they rock and rolled with what was a Yasuo Gragas comp. They were very unlucky in their ability not to get the wombo combos. Kindred, an absolute thorn in their backsides. These plays here, what do we expect? Have you encountered any of those from your solo queue adventures?
Yeah, I know Azus. I believe he's like 5 to 600 LP challenger. With the last time I played with him, he was. And plays, very very, what you would call normal top lane champions. At the times I played with him, he was playing the Wukong, the Malphite, and things like those. I've also played a lot with Sprenstammer. He's been in the scene for quite a long time. He's played in the OCS as well. Just your traditional ADC. I believe he does have an account where he plays ADC team mode only, so maybe we'll see something like that. And Chicken Frog as well has been in Grandmaster for quite some time. Master tier to Grandmaster. Played a lot of Nautilus, then kind of diversified his champion pool towards the Rakan, the Zyra as well. So those are the type of champions I've seen them all play. And so it's going to be interesting to see if that's what they lean on, the stuff that they're most comfortable with. But excited to see this new UTS roster.
I'm excited to see if this new identity, this new leash on life is enough to get them off the board, right? Get them up and running, given the fact that they've been unfortunate in their attempt to net themselves a win in the first few weeks.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes that's what you need, right? As a team, when you have a brand new 5 players come in, often a topic of conversation is like, well, where's their synergy? Like, who's shot calling? What's going to happen? How are they going to play mid game? And sometimes you go through a honeymoon period where everything's perfect, and we might see this UTS team just absolutely pop off, and everything just comes together because they're all excited to play, and they're all playing, at their absolute peaks. They're micro-maxing, so that's what I'm hopeful for this UTS team. I think that they have the capabilities to really take it to some of these rosters. I do know, like I said, yep.
We've got to be careful. Look what Legacy Genesis have drafted so far. It feels like they've definitely been watching Pentanet in the OPL. They've got what I'd imagine is going to be a Nocturne mid. Couple that with the Fiddlesticks. We saw how strong that was, how impressive it was also to deal with. And it's almost like fighting fire with fire, saying, yeah, you got the Wukong for the wombo combo, but if we can force that fight first, the Wukong means nothing.
You want me to be completely honest with you?
Go for it.
I didn't catch the game.
It was beautiful. That's what I
did not catch the game with the Fiddlesticks and the Nocturne.
It was a sight to behold. It was, Paranoia came out, and not only did it come out in the game, but also came out in the players' hearts as well. They were a little bit terrified. By the time the light switch came back on,
wait, I just realized.
Dead.
I actually just realized that's the synergy. It's the Fiddlesticks is the scary one, right? Like, that's his lore. And then Nocturne turns the lights off, and it's also scary. Wait, they're both spooky champs.
Maybe we call this the League of Legends CGI trailer comp. Because it's kind of like the Fiddlesticks rework, right? He just like runs at you in the dark and you're just terrified.
But then you pick Ezreal, and Ezreal is kind of like the Star Guardian of Light, and you know, he's very flamboyant, very like out there and stuff. So it's less scary when you look at it now. And then Bard's
But maybe
also
he's putting the whole idea of this game into a museum.
okay.
Do you feel me there?
Yeah, like similar to Who Needs a Cast.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But let's see what UTS look to try and draft as a countermeasure to what appears to be the Wombo combo lights out your dead composition. With the Wukong already online, looks like they've gone for a very early priority onto the Ashe. Couple that with the Nautilus. They want a lot of early priority here.
I am vibing with Legacy Genesis's team composition. The thing that they need to be careful of though is there's a bit of anti-synergy in their kit, right? If Fiddlesticks lands, you know, it starts to ulti in, gets a good ultimate, but then Nocturne ults in and Bard also ults, then we can see a scenario in which he really denies the Nocturne ulti and Fiddlesticks ult. So again, need to be careful, especially with Sally on the board, can also take someone away from a Nocturne ult and a Fiddlesticks ulti. So whilst their Wombo does look nice, there is some anti-synergy that can take place. You know, see UTS locking the Nautilus and the Ashe, like I said, Chicken Frog plays that Naut quite a bit. I do like it. Pretty standard competition coming out of UTS, right? We've seen this, you know, week in, week out. Maybe you'd argue that Ashe isn't really a traditional standard marksman anymore. Rek'Sai as well, maybe falling a little bit out of meta, but you know, if this is what's comfortable for them, then I like it. It's all about comfort in your first game for me, so have to wait and see what happens. But I do think the dangerous thing that they run into is that Fiddlesticks will put Rek'Sai in the bin in terms of farming jungle camps, so Rek'Sai really needs to be proactive and get something done.
And that's what my question really was going to be, right? You know what to expect given this mid-jungle interaction. You know, especially in those team fights, Mordekaiser will be looking to move somebody or remove somebody out of that fight that could look to try and shut down this Wombo combo. So you've got this kind of like well-rounded that comp of it's going to be scary, but how do we deal with it? You're looking at a lot of priority from the side of UTS as well. Karma going to be, you know, great at sort of matching the Nocturne pressure in terms of wave clear. Rek'Sai wants to be super aggressive in the early game.
Yep.
Try and find advantages to match what Fiddlesticks is going to be trying to do.
I think,
and bot side as well. You just got a double CC set up at 6, so it's like, where do they look to try and find those power plays to make sure they don't just fall victim to a press R, hope for the best comp?
well, I think that the Karma actually loses priority to the Nocturne. Maybe not level 1, but once level 3 comes through, because Karma can't really trade with Nocturne in the sense that when Karma wants to trade with Nocturne, it's most likely going to be like an empowered Q from range to poke Nocturne out of lane. But by then, Nocturne's just going to spell shield that, get their attack speed, Q the wave, cleave it, and leave. So I'm not sold on how good this matchup is in terms of like the 1v1. I'm not saying that there's going to be solo kills and it's a volatile one at all, but what I'm saying is that I think Nocturne will have a little bit of free reign on the map once level 3 ticks. Why I like the Karma though is that once the game comes to a state where teams are going to be grouping, empowered Karma shield is going to have so much value in this game. So again, I like the pick, but I think that the proactivity and the onus is really on Legacy Genesis to make stuff happen in this game, because if they aren't able to get leads with the Nocturne mid lane, you know, and the Malphite and the Fiddlesticks, sure, Fiddlesticks doesn't really need a lead. It's going to put the jungle on cooldown and really get EXP lead, but I could see UTS being able to group force and make Legacy Genesis miserable, right? Like we got the Ashe arrow to force, the Nautilus engage, the Wukong flank, so yeah, it's a cool game. I like both compositions.
Yeah, I mean, you highlight what UTS bring in terms of sieging, at least. They can be very frustrating to deal against, especially if they're the vision control. Then, you know, the scary or the surprise factor of what Fiddlesticks is trying to bring into this one is very much reliant on Nocturne having his ult.
Well, you got to be careful. Like, the thing about sieging, people think that, okay, there's not much wave clear, we just siege, right? That's what we do. But Legacy Genesis's comp, also, they do want you to siege. Because if you siege, then they have the easy opportunity to engage. Whereas, like, if you're playing towards the side lane with this composition, right? If you're not grouping and sieging, but you're having, you know, your Rek'Sai or your Wukong attack the side lane, pick on the Nocturne, then the composition of Legacy Genesis is far less scary. What's scary is when you get 5 of them together, or you start taking fights where like you can't see them, or fights where they can have 5 members and execute, right? And so like, sieging may not necessarily be the best option for them this game, because look at that Wombo. You have a Malphite ultimate. Sure, if you juke that, you got the Fiddlesticks ult. Sure, if you disengage that, the Nocturne ult's coming through. So maybe it's not the best option. We'll have to wait and see.
And just to clarify that there, the Malphite placeholder on the side of Legacy Genesis is actually, in fact, the Mordekaiser. So I know
Oh,
there's a
right.
bit of a glitch between
Okay,
Malphite
yeah,
being
my bad.
banned as well as picked.
Yeah.
He's just that insane, right? He
Yeah.
is the unstoppable force for a reason. But I want to bring it back to the mid lane matchup in particular. You highlight obviously that the Nocturne will have a lot of wave clear, and that we do know how strong Karma can be in that regard. But do you feel it's a case of if Nocturne doesn't find a lot of value with his initial first ultimate of the game, their factor of trying to turn things around really diminishes?
Well, that's the thing about most big level 6 champions is their first ultimate needs to work. I consider Nocturne much like mid lane Galio, where the first ult needs to succeed for you to be relevant in the game. Even more so, I would say Nocturne is far more volatile in that sense, that Nocturne really needs something to happen, needs a positive like net gain off his ultimate. And Fiddlesticks as well, right? If Nocturne and Fiddlesticks' first ulti doesn't net in anything and more of a they die or they don't really trade for anything, then we could start to see the Karma, the Ashe, the Wukong really run over the game. I don't incorporate Rek'Sai into that conversation because I don't really think Rek'Sai is a great champion, especially in a competitive environment. But again, I'm okay if it's your first time playing OCS, a little bit of nerves, and this is what makes you feel comfortable. So really going to have to wait and see how this game plays out. I know this probably sounds very not cliche, but you hear it all the time. It really is going to come down to execution and come down to which team plays best around vision, because really, if you're not playing around your vision and a Nautilus hook lands and an Ashe arrow follows up, you're dead. Much like if a Fiddlesticks ulti comes out of nowhere, you don't see it, you're probably dead. So it really comes down to execution. And one thing that we need to see week by week, these OCS teams get better at, it is vision control, river control, because whilst we see last game is a really good example. Most fights break out from people getting caught, but you don't get caught if you have some good vision control.
Well, vision control will especially be the name of the game, no doubt, based on the fact that the Fiddlesticks is also running Predator as well. He wants to be
Interesting.
So damn terrifying. When he finds the engagement, he wants to make sure it lands. There is no counterplay. If you do have vision, you still can't avoid him. So it's going to be a crazy one. It's UTS here with a new roster looking for their first victory off the split, taking on Legacy Genesis, taking a note out of what we've seen witnessed here in the OPL2.
I'm not a very big fan of the Predator coming through on the Fiddlesticks.
What would you prefer?
Well, I think the Electrocute is just far better. It sends... You have no problem with scaling, and it really sends, like... it really helps you in the early game, in which Fiddlestick is probably at the weakest. And it also just pushes Fiddlesticks over the line in terms of one-shot potential. You know what I mean? Like, the Predator isn't going to secure Fiddlesticks a kill that he wouldn't have otherwise gotten. Right? If the fear is there, then I think it's over anyway, but we'll have to wait and see how this Predator plays out.
Let's see what Falconer brings to the table with this one. He's no doubt going to be confident in his ability to make this one work and have that, almost I want to call it insurance policy, that if he's unable to find major value with his first ultimate, at least he has a lot of stopping power of what can be utilized regardless. Now, turning our attention to the bottom side, the reunion of Norska and Stard was impressive last week. Unable to find that victory, but Norska has been a major consistency factor here. I mean, always highlighted how impressive he's been with his ability to land hooks, know when to follow things up, how to find those engagements for his team to get those kills. So I'm expecting big things here.
Yeah, but we were talking. Remember, last week. Sorry, Nausicaa had one of the best Bard games I've seen, and then unfortunately got caught at the end. So he has been, he has been such a good player for this team and really solid. So, I'm sure he's going to have another blunder of a game on this Bard, but. Style the Nausicaa as well are the bot lane that has played OPL together, so the synergy coming through from them is, we see it week in, week out. And it's going to be good to see if they can put on a lane kingdom this game.
That's where we expect to see the majority of their strength to carry them over to the all-important level 6 mark, to set themselves up for that vision control and for the ability to find fights, be it around the dragon or potential siege skirmish. Stands right now, the attention is appearing to really favour UTS as they're not falling too far behind in terms of the poke with our assailant.
And then you say that. Yep.
But Akano is waiting around in the wings right now, looking for a nice little burrow in.
Yeah, this is so Rek'Sai can actually get over that wall. The problem with the tunnel from the wall there is that it's very slow. It is a much more laboured tunnel, and it is slower than your traditional not over the thickest wall in the game. So I think they will have a lot of time to react and get out of that potential gank. But another thing the Rek'Sai can do is come from behind turret. And that's like one thing that makes Rek'Sai somewhat viable is he has a lot of gank paths that you can't really ward for. But he looks like he's putting a big emphasis on camping this bot lane. You see how slow that the tunnel was?
It took a while. Very predictable and very telegraphed in its ability. Quite unlucky, unfortunately, for them not to land the initial hook to set themselves up for success. And you highlight how strong a Fiddlesticks can be in terms of tempo for their clear. Well, that was a lot of time wasted that allowed him to not only achieve a top scuttle, but maybe deny a few of these camps as well.
Yeah. Fiddlesticks put
for a full reset now. Yeah, get those boots online. Very common, as we tend to see, the likes of Gragas. Gets those boots as quickly as possible to make sure that that keystone is actually able to be utilized.
Yeah, Fiddlesticks has done a good job. He's put his whole jungle on cooldown, bases, picks up the boots, and he's going to go put those camps on cooldown in the bot side now too. So this is the one thing you want to do on Fiddlesticks. If the game is stable, but I'm going to hold that thought because potentially first blood in the mid lane.
Tether gets spell shielded. Now he's looking for the route to try and turn things around. Gets the fear on towards Akano, but in so much trouble. Has already burnt that flash and the ranged advantage that RPF brings to the table. Make sure that it is a first blood, but that's not about Star trying to get aggressive. He gets locked in place there by the passive. The Q does not connect. I don't think it would have been enough to find the execute, but for sure enough to make sure that Ash does not show themselves in this lane for much longer.
And whilst that looks like a trade that was very good for Legacy Genesis, in the sense that it was because they're going to get their wave in, but in terms of summoner spell advantage, Nautilus still has the flash. So, in that sense, not terrible for UTS. They're going to fall down a little bit of CS, but now they have that kill threat. Once Chicken Frog hits level 6, I would imagine they're just going to all in that Bard and potentially be able to one-shot him. So, a bit of a CS deficit, but maybe they make that back up at level 6 with the all-in. Ash Arrow into the Nautilus ultimate. Legacy Genesis overreach, weren't able to pick up the kill. Fiddlesticks securing the dragon. Fiddlesticks is doing a really good job this game, playing to jungle camp cooldowns and securing neutral objectives.
First dragon of the game goes their way. It's going to be an Ocean 1 taken off the board. Very close now to level 6 as Bug is the first one to get there. Now they wait and see if UTS decide to go for a phase check. It would be unwise, you'd imagine so, given that they have the vital information that, well, they were in this bottom side of the river. That was a global announcement. There's no need for us to really make any crazy engage or any crazy chase. The wave is crashing. Norzco is playing a little mini game, as they tend to do on the Bard. All is even.
So Ezreal's gone for the Sheen because he wants to have like that little bit more of power trading in lane. We often see, Ezreal first base go for the tier. Potentially, if you can stay in lane for long enough, pick up the pickaxe as well. But you go for the Sheen when you feel like you need it to be able to lane. And I think this is a lane where he feels like he really needs to be able to trade back, especially because at level 6, they will be all-in that Bard without a flash. But it does put Ezreal, slightly behind in terms of stacking up that mirror mana and getting those that big 2-item power spike come mid-game. So you want to see something come from it.
Hawkshot went off and did reveal that Fiddlesticks was on top Raptors.
Well, what's interesting to me is that Rek'Sai has hit level 6 first. Rek'Sai has been the far more active champion on the map and also hit level 6 first. I mean, Fiddle is going to hit 6 off Gromp and Blue here. He's doing both of them at the same time. But, Rek'Sai being level 6 first, it's a big play.
Where does he look to go right now? Is he looking to potentially try and stop or prevent the all-in that is inevitable here from Genesis by finding a kill target, going for the full and collapse himself with the execute damage? He's sniffing around bottom side of this map despite there being no camps for him to clear. He has been very stubborn in his attempt to say, I know something is surely about to come my way.
Yeah, look at both teams with this bot lane focus. All sums burnt in bot lane besides the Nautilus's flash, and it's just a consistent hover in the bot side for both teams. Nocturne dipping out of vision here. Important to note too, Fiddlesticks did take the blue buff off Nocturne, so Nocturne does lose, that bit of mana and the push in the mid lane, but I don't think it'll hurt him too much. He's going to be picking up that tier map soon enough when he hits his second base, but Looks like a flip as well coming out of Legacy Genesis. They want this Rift Herald.
And the range on the Paranoia isn't the biggest. Yes, it's, you know, technically a global in a capacity, but it's definitely not as big as you would imagine. So he's got to be fairly committed when he rotates through that mid wave to actually make sure he is ganking bot side. So there's obviously a downside to his attention and an ability for RPA to find some form of counterplay to that.
This is a really nice flip from Legacy Genesis because Mordekaiser is that champion that if they do decide to go back bot lane, can lane 1v2. You know, the way that Mordekaiser's ultimate works makes it very safe for him to sit in that lane. But, you know, it looks like Ashe and Nautilus are matching this, and we potentially see a fight break out for this Rift Herald.
We've turned our attention, as you said, with the map flip for what is commonly the Herald contest, and also serves the purpose of making sure Wukong does not get out of hand too much here as he finds himself up by 13 CS. Mordecai is always going to find the ultimate, always finding a chance to be utilised. They find initial pick with Rek'Sai leading the line, but that's not without the turnaround as the lights go out, and that spells a double kill unless, well, Rek'Sai has just played an absolute blinder there across the ramp, is able to sidestep out that mace, which would have spelt disaster. Now they chase aggressively on towards this Ashe. They want to make sure that this ADC, without any mobility, has nowhere to run or hide. They do find it. They so desperately needed it.
Yeah, it's just so hard to play skirmishes in the river like that versus the team composition that Legacy Genesis have. It's not safe to be fighting where you can be flanked from 3 or 4 different angles, and that's what we saw there, right? We saw the Fiddlesticks come in, and then after that the Nocturne. Mordekaiser came from the top side. Like, just so many people from so many different angles. UTS will never win a team fight like that. The team fights that they'll win is the ones where Wukong's flanking backline, which is sort of what we saw there with the Rek'Sai, but then we didn't see Nautilus, Ashe, and Karma playing together and disengaging and kiting back as a unit. And so Legacy Genesis will always win those types of skirmishes where it's like almost chaotic.
Try to keep up that chaotic nature by starting things off with a Temporal Fate to lock in place to Wukong, which can easily sidestep that out with the clone.
Yeah.
The objective was rather clear in that they wanted to make sure they got so much achieved here in this top side by rotating these members up. They can then look to try and even out what is being achieved by UTS in the bottom side as well. Resources being spoon-fed, if you will, into these AD carries, but it will be Legacy Genesis that find the major win as a result of having the Herald on their side as well. Headbutt coming in absolutely clutch.
Yep. So, you know, the old get that down to 2 turret plates, drop Herald so it executes.
Textbook stuff. But it will be a dragon for a dragon. And now we have ourselves a situation where it is a Mountain Soul that they are playing for. Not going to be much like the game we had beforehand, where there are many, many tanks that can be huge benefactors from this one. But it could be a nice little deal breaker to prevent the all-in-wombo combo one-shot.
Yep, and the one thing that it's important to look at, Fiddlesticks has picked up the stopwatch, and what that says to me is that they plan on having a team fight in the next few minutes that's going to be like a really big one or a game changer, right? Like, you pick that stopwatch up because the next passage or the next play that you make, you want it to be a game changer. And I like looking at those because, you know, in the highest level, sometimes people don't really do stopwatch checks. It's one thing that's easy to fall through the crack, but also something that can be a game changer, right? Like, if you fling an ability or, you know, an Ashe arrow at the Fiddlesticks and he's able to Zhonya's it, or, you know, Nautilus ult comes through on him, then it really does change the tide of a fight, so keep your eye on that.
No stopwatches in response here from UTS, but they will have it on both the Fiddle and the Bard, so plenty of ability to force those fights and make sure they get out with a numbers advantage.
You know, I would argue that Rek'Sai's next pickup should probably be a stopwatch too, right? Getting onto the backline, maybe one-shot land and get the ultimate onto a carry, but then popping the stopwatch for a little bit of survivability.
Well, you couple that with the Flash Summoner as well, and you can make such aggressive plays, for the most part, just go unpunished.
But you want it to be at a point in which it means something, right? Like, you know, burning the stopwatch, burning the flash for a kill, sure, it's nice, but what does it really get you? So I like to see it for, you know, maybe the Mountain Drag, potentially hold on to that for the Baron buff, or something that's going to gain you the Baron. Yeah. But Have to wait
How
and
can you
see what.
extrapolate the maximum amount of value
Yeah.
with that, 600 gold
Well,
purchase?
It's also because Rek'Sai doesn't get stronger the later the game goes. Rek'Sai's a very like early to mid game champion and needs to have. That's when Rek'Sai has the biggest impact on a game. And at the moment, the impact Rek'Sai has had on the game has been matched by Fiddlesticks. And so if that's what you're doing, you would prefer the Fiddlesticks every day of the week.
Comes a common theme here of how much value can you net yourself in these early stages? Or will you fall victim to the forbidden word known as scaling?
Yeah.
But as you say, I don't think we're going to see a situation where these teams look to try and force a fight unless there is a crippled tower they can look to execute as a second reward from, or if there's a fight they can look to achieve, which nets them a massive difference maker. Ashe in the middle of no man's land, unprotected in mid lane, and well, mid jungle link up superbly.
Yeah, and that's Ashe flash, which is more important. So she's flashed out of that play. Hang on a minute. That's a Karma
Going on
teleport.
through with a drive-by, gets instantly feared on
There's
that. This
the
time the
stopwatch.
stopwatch will find so much value. The shield comes in clutch, but the ignite will be the difference maker. Norska picks that one up as everybody turns golden like it's a championship game. Trophies galore, but teamfight success. They jump through the magical journey and they spin to win a little bit more. Another flash underneath his tower as they rotate from mid-tier 1 to mid-tier 1. The major benefactor has to no doubt be Legacy Genesis, but they took a lot of casualties as a result.
Yeah, and that's not the problem, but that's the thing with Legacy Genesis's team composition. Once you use your ultimate, and specifically in this comp, once you use your ultimate, you have no business in staying for that turret, right? Fiddlesticks as a champion doesn't really function too well without ult, much the same with Nocturne as we see them here in this skirmish. So they should be happy with the fact that they got a kill on Ashe, they got some turret damage, and they burnt Ashe's flash. So the next time they go to make this play, it's going to be freeload, but instead, Overstay, UTS, really good job identifying that Legacy's composition is really weak without ults, because 9 times out of 10, you're not going to take a 4v5 fight, but that's what they did, and they got rewarded with it and picked up some kills.
Happy days for them to turn things around, and initial initiation there with the Wukong to lock in place members and force out those stopwatches and a full disengage attempt, which meant that they netted themselves a lot of kills. Now it's going to force them to assert themselves in the 1-3-1 formation, with the next dragon starting itself up in under 10 seconds. You keep your eyes on the right-hand side of that screen, most importantly on the Fiddle and the Nocturne, and see that they are both online and ready to be scanning out a kill target, if you will.
Ezreal's online now too, though, right? Like that's almost a scary Ezreal. All we need to see is that Manamune tick blue, and very
Mana,
scary.
boost of lucidity, full CDR, you're not going to be able to get on top of him, and he's going to be able to, dance around like hopscotch and snipe away kills.
Yep. So also important to note, Wukong, we're starting to see some power spikes come through. Karma with the Ludens, Wukong with the Trinity Force. Rek'Sai with the serrated Dirk, so it's weird, he's going a bit of a lethality route, maybe the Edge of Night, but all in the top lane.
Yep, why wouldn't you at this stage of the game, as Zeus has the Trinity Force online, has completed the call, wants to showcase as much power as is possible. Major advantage of that Mordecai, so it shows in terms of how keen he is to force those fights, but Nocturne is able to get a nice little trade in the bottom side by just picking up a free turret.
Yeah,
buying some time, buying some pressure, and allowing his team just to say, well, they have to respond to me, or we get this dragon for free.
Yeah, I think Azus was just testing his limits there, collected some data, found out he wasn't able to win that 1v1 coming through from the Tabis and the Seeker's Arm Guard, so, without a Wukong ultimate, there's no way they're contesting that dragon fight. Maybe he was looking for the solo kill, so then that they could go for the dragon, but, Wukong gets quite tanky the longer he fights, but you gotta remember Mordekaiser can steal that in the ultimate, in the realm, in the death realm as well, so promising signs for Legacy though, winning the side lane as well as winning the group when they use their ultimates. So,
and it's looking like a lot of time now. Norzuko is just literally using his Tempered Fate to try and find pick targets to make it very easy for the mid and jungle to then to execute upon.
Well, that's why Bard.
It continues to obviously raise your point about greed, in that you get your kill, you get out. There is no chance for a counterplay or a trade of any sort.
with the Legacy Genesis team composition, they need to finish the fight in the duration of their ultimates, right?
Yeah.
As soon as their ultimates go down, because they have extended ultimates, right? Like Fiddlestick's ult is an extended one, Mordekai's is an extended one, Nocturne as well. Pretty much all extended ultimates in the sense that a fight is either won or lost in the duration of them. And so once those go down, if you haven't won the fight, if you haven't killed multiple members, then you just need to leave and you need to wait and then you start again. And that's why sometimes the composition from Legacy Genesis is hard to execute. It's because you need patience, and patience is a thing in League of Legends. Patience is a virtue. It's hard to come by. You know, even though you know you need to fight only with ult, it can be really hard to pull yourself back when you feel like you're in control of the game.
How much of a bait has it been at times when you've seen members on critical health and you're like, we gotta go, try and get this kill.
Oh,
And
I've
you sort of realize, hey, we actually don't have what is necessary to make this actually a winning reality.
Well, in my professional career, I've played so many games where we've had a similar comp to Legacy Genesis, and we've just lost from fighting without ultimates up. And it's like, well, why did we fight that? And it's like, we thought it was a good fight. Like, you know, it's really easy to feel strong, to feel like it's a scenario in where you can't lose, only to realize, oh yeah, our whole composition is so reliant on our ultimates.
It is the classic phrase of winnable, winnable. And is this winnable? Well, we're going to see what it actually means as Legacy Genesis pick themselves up the second hero of the game. Had some very strong vision control and objective control, and well, I tell you that, it is Faulkner taking a massive chuck there from RPM.
Yeah.
Forced to burn the flash. One empowered Q, and he's dropped them to half.
And this is the other thing that Legacy Genesis's comp doesn't like. It doesn't like being on a neutral objective, right? Having Nocturne and Fiddlesticks on the neutral objective means that they're not scary. You know where they are. You can see the ultimate coming. You can even cancel the Fiddlesticks ultimate. So, you know, whilst it's an R button composition, it's a very elegant one. Legacy need to start setting up with some vision denial and forcing, you know, UTS to make a play or respond to UTS making a play.
And how hurt do you think Fiddlesticks will be now without that flash? Obviously, flash so vital to, you know, reposition himself during that very small window that you highlight where those ultimates are online. But, you know, I feel like that's a massive win there for UTS. But is this going to bother Legacy that much, given the fact that they're just pushing, they are forcing fights, they've summoned the Herald?
Mordekai's has summoned the ultimate. Nothing came from it.
Bit of a disjointed play there. They just summon the Paranoia, lock people in place and say, well, there's no way for you to respond to what is now going to be a connected, deleted, top-tier turret. Wukong jumps into the backline there, spots out 4, not going to get the second charge of his ultimate online. And we're going to see a gentleman's agreement of just walking out.
Yeah, but to answer your question, I don't think the flash on Fiddlesticks matters too much, right? Because, like I said, if you're setting up correctly, if you're making UTS face check, then the Fiddlesticks ult is going to land, and if you're out of vision, it's going to fear anyway as part of the Fiddlesticks passive. So, you know, obviously having that, you know, if you gave me the option, would I take flash on the Fiddlesticks? Sure, of course I'd want my Fiddlesticks to have flash. Is it going to matter too much? I don't think so.
Well, Legacy Genesis have done a nice little job here of not only picking up objectives, but setting themselves up with a lot of successful sieges that have been, for the most part, going unpunished, and that's net themselves up a nice 3,000 gold lead, a major item at least on one of these members.
And you know,
we'll wait to see when that gold sheet comes up to actually see really where the majority of that power is actually laying at.
Yeah, and you see that gold lead, and you start to think, okay, you know, it's still winnable, but I would argue, you know, if they're able to disengage Legacy's key ultimates, then there's no gold lead, right? Because in terms of just a pure, like, 5v5 composition, UTS's comp is better. It's whether or not they can disengage. Can the Karma Shields be enough? Is the Nautilus ult going to be a good one? Can Ash Arrow keep her alive? So we're going to have to wait and see. Potentially we see a fight break out here.
Max range on the hook. Instantly the stopwatch comes out. Depth charge to follow. Zone them away. Ooh, that's a beautiful temple of fate. Locks them in place as soon as it expires. Hello, say hello to this one. They get locked in place, and that is as clean as you just absolutely love to see it. The bait, switch, and charm. Norska is rewarded for his efforts there with a double kill. And everybody funnels in to collapse on what they thought was a bard. Lost in the middle of the woods. Well,
yeah, and
Faulkner eats that one up for breakfast.
UTS just answered our question, right? They were not able to disengage the initial onslaught from Legacy Genesis. And that's what happens, right? The fight ended in the duration of their ultimate. we saw their composition come to fruition. This was very OPL Pentanet-esque in the sense that Nocturne Fiddlesticks just shutting the lights out. Because the Nocturne shutting the lights out enables Fiddlesticks passive, right? Which, as we see here in this team fight, is just cleans house. So we see, you know, I think this is a little bit of a premature Bard Zhonya's, but sure, nevertheless, better to be safe than sorry. But the Ash ult hits, manages to buffer that well, and then look at Fiddlesticks here. Spears multiple members in the ultimate. The damage coming through, whilst you can't necessarily see it because it is like an overtime ultimate, let me assure you, most of that damage was from the Fiddlesticks. And then just into the Death Realm. Good night up here, and Baron secured.
And we really wanted to see another pop-up performance here from Nausicaa. And as you say, with the spacing out there, it soaks up the Asho, soaks up so much. Not only through the ultimate itself, but with those Zhonya's. And, well, acted as the lamb to slaughter, if you will. The one that they wanted to chase out for what was, you'd imagine, a guaranteed kill. It's only a support. How hard can it be? But does so much in that situation. Now you can see a very clear disconnect, especially between his AD carry, styled with a 3-level advantage.
Yeah.
Well and truly online now. It's got pretty much everything you'd just absolutely love to see now. The core item of a Blue Ezreal, or the core spec, if you will, of a Blue Ezreal, now with a completed death stance as well.
He's pretty much ahead of the curve in terms of itemization, and you'll be able to see him. Really, there's no threat on him, and even Bard is.
Nausicaa, you're absolutely smurfing right now. Doesn't land the 2-man stun with the Cosmic Binding, but that won't really upset them too much there as the paranoia goes on out. And forces them to be a little bit confused as to how do we delay this.
If there was ever a realm in which UTS could win a fight, maybe it's now. Nocturne, no ultimate, they should really be looking to force.
Well, they're losing so much right now. Top inhibitor has been exposed. Mid-tier 2 has been taken on down. They are bleeding with all these lanes pushing in on them. Fiddlesticks will still have that ultimate.
I want to see
they're
Ash
kind of getting away with what you expect that they shouldn't be.
Yeah, I want to see Ash just ulti. Like, literally just ulti someone. It's do or die here, right? You got Baron creeps in your base, turrets being chipped away. You have Nautilus ult to follow up, or even to start as well. They have a lot of tools to engage UTS, but we're not seeing it.
Zeus has had enough. He wants to try and make something happen right now, but as soon as he does that, Falconer jumps into the backline, staggers the ultimate there with his stopwatch. As Zhonya's comes in absolutely clutch, he will not fall on Dan. Ignite will not take him out of this fight. He will survive, but that can't be said the same for the rest of his opposition as Zeus gets taken on down. Had almost horse vision on with his Clampus saying, I want to go one way, and that is a 1v1 to this Sally Mordecai. But that's all she wrote as top inhibitor falls on down. Mid to soon go as well when Lexi Genesis taking a note out of Pentanet in the OPL are also able to find a ton of success.
Yeah, and that was a really well played team fight from Faulkner, right? They didn't have the Nocturne ulti, Nocturne Mordekaiser were disengaging, and Fiddlesticks managed to put his body on the line, hit the Zhonya's at the right time, was able to flash out while Styled and Nausicaa were just pumping DPS. And yes, I say Nausicaa pumping DPS because at this point in the game, when your Bard is really accelerated, has those meeps, actually hurts. Especially with the Rapid Fire Cannon and Deadman's passives. So, would love to see damage dealt from Bard in this game.
That's the question, Jubes, as to how do they get themselves back into this game? Because that gold lead, you know, you talk about engages, Asho's still there, down by 9,000 gold now. And what was the case of, well, if they try and siege, we can execute upon them. If they try and do an objective, we can execute upon them. Those fights haven't gone their way. And you don't want to say they feel a little bit dejected, maybe a little bit nervous, given it's their first game on a pro stage, but their chance to try and close the gap is very much slim.
Yeah, best case scenario for them, it really is that Legacy group on this bot lane turret as 5, where they have somewhat vision control over the wall there like that, and Ash just starts the fight with an arrow, hits a priority target, followed up by Nautilus, you know, potentially Bard whiffs the disengage ultimate as well, and they're able to pick up a few members, but it is looking quite grim at the moment. Like, we might even see Fiddlesticks just force plus turret here, pop the Zhonya's when he gets into lethal range, so looking grim.
They've done such a fantastic job with the Niners vision as well. Zombie Ward's coming in absolutely clutch. I believe that must be coming out of Falcon there in terms of clearing all their vision and making sure they always have eyes on where the opponent are as well. And quite honestly, there is only one place they can be, and that is locked inside their base.
Yeah. And they do have a nice pink ward over the wall there to deny vision, UTS do, but almost just being brute forced off turret. Fiddlesticks isn't even trying to hide at this point. He's just walking into lane and flinging his skill shots at will. But this is kind of working out for them. They are landing some poke down, some relevant poke onto Bard. But would like to see Mordekaiser push in that top lane and stop grouping with the team. Like if they can get pressure in two lanes where they have super, yeah, as we see Sally going towards the top side, but a little bit of time wasted there. A little bit of time wasted. Some stalling for inhibitors for UTS.
And they have so much that they can get as a result, even if this siege is not successful. Yes, they're escorting in the super minions. They've now got a dragon they can look to try and contest there. Have a Baron up in 30 seconds as well. But those super minions are starting to hurt as they are threatening now the Nexus turrets themselves. And UTS are in a spot above as to, well, what do we do? Do we respond? Do we force a fight? Do we answer bot lane? We're going to lose triple inhibs if we don't do something quickly here.
Well, this next wave, so this wave here is the wave where they'll get a lot of turret damage down if they do. Hook lands though. Okay, this is what I want to see.
Buffers it out right there, but Paranoia comes in out as Falconer jumps in, only finding one so far. He's actually the one that's tanking up the turret. No doubt has the Zonias, but in a lot of trouble. The key components get taken on down as Akano jumps in on a suicide mission, but is able to pick up one. He's done everything to try and make this thing happen, and Sally underneath the tower, 1v3, acting like a raid boss, will be shut down as well. Best case scenario, quite honestly, is they do not lose a third inhib.
Yeah, that's good for UTS, right? I mean, Ashe didn't have flash. They really didn't burn any key cooldowns in terms of summoner spells, and they managed to trade even. Whole bot lane turret. They got summoners on the side of Legacy as well, so if you're a UTS fan, that was good signs, positive signs. And like we said, that was the Nautilus starting the fight on the Ezreal. Ezreal had to disengage, followed up by the Ashe arrow, so again, like, whilst they didn't kill the Ezreal, they managed to make Ezreal backtrack, and he couldn't pump out as much damage as he wanted here. So again, nice hook lands. Ultimate as well. Heal comes through, and they kite back on the Fiddlesticks, right? Fiddlesticks isn't doing any damage at this point, and they have a 6-man with being the turret. So, bit of a throw there from Legacy Genesis, but also just a bit of a flex of strength, seeing what they can get away with. Baron and Mountain Drake up now, so we'll give them an easier kind of objective to play around. That was almost, they were bored with the game and trying to find something to play around while they waited for neutral objectives to spawn.
Norske is not going to spot that final ward there by the Baron. That's going to give UTS some vital information. The Sweeper won't find it either. Unfortunate there, but UTS, as you say, despite the gold being so stacked against them, still find a way to hang on in. Here's Norske once again smurfing with a triple ult. Though, do they have to follow up is the question I'm asking right now. As they go hunting, Sully leads the line. He took 4 members in his sights, but out comes the ultimates. The wombo combo between Nocturne and Fiddlesticks now starting to showcase its true strength. And it nets themselves a triple kill. That might be all she wrote here, Jubes.
Yeah, I think that's a good game and well played. Looks like they're going to push down mid here. Really nice team fight from Legacy Genesis again. Nausicaa on the Bard, landing a 3-man ultimate into the Bard stun, into the auto attack as well. Set the tone for that team fight. They tried to get the one-shot onto Sally, but at this point he's just far too tanky. Was able to tank up the majority of the roster of UTS. Kano going in, trying to save the game.
Well, that's the last ditch effort. And unfortunately for UTS, they will not find their first victory here today. Legacy Genesis being far too strong in their attempts. They draft for Terror, and they deliver it here on the Rift. That'll give them an all-important victory, and that'll do it for game number 3.
Yeah, that was a pretty clean game from Legacy Genesis, to be honest. Never really, besides the one hiccup where they extended in mid lane without ultimates, it was a pretty clear, concise victory from them, and it was cool to see a, somewhat of a different team composition, something we're not used to in the OCS, and they had their own flavor to it, and it's good to see them picking up things from OPL teams, right? Pentanet, the first team to do that. Good to see they're doing their research.
Well, you can see that, as they say, the path to pro from what works in the OPL now trickling down into the OCS, and a new squad here for UTS making their competitive debut. So lots to love, lots to look forward to as the rest of the season continues, but that does it for this one. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, it is our 4th best of one of the night. Welcome back here for game number 4. Now, it's going to be a big one, Juves. It's Mammoth currently undefeated in every single game they've played, going up against the Chiefs Academy, which have had a bit of a up-down, all-around sort of show in terms of performance. They've had games that have gone the distance with like 100 kills. They've had games where they've been in a such strong lead, but unable to find that crucial pick that's allowed them to get the victory. And last week in particular, you know, we had Pardo pop absolutely off as the Lee Sin, went that very aggressive solo queue-esque build, and even they had a composition which had the likes of a Nautilus mid, a Lulu bot lane to make sure that the Aphelios lived as long as possible. They got Wombo comboed out of existence. So I feel like they are a very strong contender here to bring it to Mammoth, but if we know anything about Mammoth, you know, they find so many early game advantages that it's very hard to try and stop that snowball potential.
Yeah, I thought Chiefs would be a team, one of the teams rather, that would be at the top of the ladder. And Mammoth Academy are one for me that, you know, they've actually surprised me in terms of the way they've been playing. Some of the players really stepping up on that roster and having some real blinders. But the one thing that I think Chiefs haven't found is stability in their roster, right? They've changed players every single week, changed mid laners, changed supports. And so I think they're just finding their feet a little bit. I think the talent is there in that roster. I think it's just hard when you're swapping, you know, crucial roles out and crucial figures in the team every week. So Mammoth Academy really do have what I would say is the formula to success at the moment. They're not necessarily following a global playbook in what's, you know, what's meta versus what's not, but they're playing what works for them, and they have a really good and really strong team identity.
Well, Kanade returns to the support role. Each week they've flexed between the likes of Shinki as well as Kanade, so it'll be interesting to see exactly how they look to try and make this work in their favour here today, with Winter making his debut last week on the Nautilus. A bit of an inside joke there with some of the hazing he went under by some of the other players, but the initial early game jitters, or the first game really of your professional career, those have gone away. Now they're going to be up against the likes of Mammoth that have showcased really from the top sides of their draft. You know, Zyta, we highlighted him from the very first game. The Zyta flash, the guy just wants to be so in your face, make sure that you panic. Vengeance, always having an absolute blinder in the jungle. And Maximize, I want to call him the 1v1 king. He's finding level 1 kills, he's finding solo lane kills, he's backdooring and ending games on his own accord.
Well, both of their solo laners are finding solo kills, right? Zyta probably has some of the most solo kills in the league as well. And so, you know, you were talking about Winter having the nerves in the first game, coming in and seeing if he can find his footing. But what a second game to have. The man who's going to flash forward at you in lane, who's going to like put your skills and really like, he's going to skill check you, right? Like, I'm sure there's going to be games where it doesn't work out for Zyta all of the time, but this is a game where Winter is going to have to be on if he really wants to get his team the dub. But off the bat, Pato locks in the Elise, not something that we've seen and not something that's really popular in the meta right now. You know, Elise's solo queue win rate is quite high. She still is strong in that sense, but it's nothing. It's not what we see in solo queue. But Pato really making his name for himself in terms of picking early game aggressive junglers.
Oh, absolutely, and that was going to be my point exactly right there. You know, he's been very rigid and always wanted to go for the Lee Sin, but it's always about early game advantages, utilize that with fantastic pick potential, and saying, okay, what can I do with this? How can I get my team ahead? And does this give us enough momentum to then match when those inevitable team fights do come online? Mammoth's going to open up their account here with what you'd imagine is going to be a Varus and a Karma, but the Karma, as we do know from we've seen today at least as well, is that it can be flexed pretty much anywhere.
Yeah, there's a lot of Karma priority.
So much lane priority. And it's interesting, right, because we saw it so much in the opening week of the OPL too, where it was the case of, we just want to smash bot lane, and then that means we can do anything we like. We can always just rotate from this lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's what's efficient is the build path. I think Athene's on Holy Grail is actually a very sleeper strong item. Especially because a lot of these ADCs are becoming quite strong in building defensive items, like Ezreal, right? Builds the Iceborne, builds the Death Dance now. And so I know they don't have the Karma, right? But you couple that with the Karma, there's even more like stats to kill, as well as like, you know, this time it's what would probably be Lethality Varus. That's what we've seen most of the time, but we're not sure. You know, offering that little bit of mobility, that little bit of healing the shield from a composition that potentially dives the Varus. So just seems to make a lot of these immobile ADs a lot safer.
And how cool is this? Already the Fiora and the Camille taking Maximize. You know, those picks that were so crucial in forming his identity in his first few weeks have now been denied away from him. So we get to really sort of see what he has in an arsenal of his, what else is a playstyle of his, if you will. Nautilus now being the response, as well as the Zillion as well. So perhaps some targeted picks towards Winter, or just we want to make sure that we don't fall victim to an all-in engage.
Well, I'm just curious what he plays now. I mean, I'm not like, I just genuinely don't know, right?
Yeah.
All we've seen from him is Camille Fiora, and he's been proficient at both. But it's like, what does he play now? Do they change team identity? Does he go to playing a tank? Does he become more of a role player on this team, or does he have something that we haven't seen yet? Well, what does he play? Does he pick the Aatrox blind? What does he do?
Thanks to the question now, as
there you go.
Enemy have locked themselves in with the Ezreal and the Bard, and there you say it is the Aatrox always looking to duel, always looking for some form of engage, some ability to showcase what you can do, have sustain, and always be very annoying, sort of transitioning from those team fights, but transitioning from the laning phase into the side lane split.
It's likely they'll just have the Mordekaiser into the Aatrox. It is slightly favored towards the Mordekaiser because when Aatrox ultis, Mord can ult and potentially just wins that in the Death Realm, but it is a little bit of a skill matchup. The Talon. I mean, at least Talon as a 2v2 in the early game.
Disgusting.
Yeah. They're going to be really hunting this Trundle, and if they manage to find the Trundle, then it's all going to be side lane hits. Maybe we see an early game gank into mid lane, but I think a lot of it is going to be just off the bat of roaming towards side lanes. And important to note that Winterer played Nautilus in the first week and did attack side lanes, so potentially this is what we'll see from Winterer more and more when he plays more and more weeks in the OCS.
And how cool is this, right? You said, you've been welcomed into the OCS, you've showcased, maybe your comfort champion in the Nautilus in week 1. You're now going up against one of the most volatile mid laners in Zyta, who's got that Orianna where he likes to flash forward and just chuck out Shockwave as if it never exists. It's always on cooldown. So to say, yeah, okay, I'm just going to play the Talon. I want to be aggressive. I want to have a ton of lane pro, and I want to make sure that when Elise comes roaming as well, we just have the kill set up to make sure we can do so much. I think it shows a degree of confidence coming into this one.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's important to note that at a certain point, Talon isn't necessarily a laning champ, right? If anything, it's a champion that avoids lane. The only time you're laning is like level 3, level 4. And then once you get a couple long swords or you get your team out and you base, you literally 1W wave, auto attack, and the wave's gone. So I believe it's W from Talon anyway, but I don't play Talon, so I could be wrong.
How gross is it anyway, though? I mean,
Yeah,
who wants to play Talon? Let's be quite honest. You pick up Moby Boots, you clear the wave, and you just hopscotch around 15 different walls, and you're like, woo!
And so
gaming.
I think this will be a decent Orianna matchup early on, right? I'm not trying to say, Ori's just going to get shoved in early on. Talon is Talon, so it's going to take some time to be able to get to the state in which he just pushes the wave in one ability and leaves. But I like what Chiefs are doing, right? It's a volatile composition. If they fall behind, in my opinion, there's really a limited way for them to get back into the game. But it's put on your throat, and we're going to end the game quickly if we get a lead. So, yeah, in terms of a statement composition, if there's even one, this is what it is, right? This is our identity. This is how we're going to play the game. Pato's the person we play around the most, so let's draft accordingly.
And I love that. As I mentioned before, in terms of a confidence play, it's like we're going to come into this one. We're not going to fall victim to this being like we have to match this or we have to play something that's passive. No, I want to win. I'm going to come into this matchup. I want to make sure that I can flex on you, and you may be, the team to beat at this stage of the league, and you may be the one that is looking to always make crazy plays. But I'm going to make sure that you're put in check for a second. That your flash is always going to be on cooldown, and this time used defensively as opposed to being the aggressor. And Vengeance always having everybody else's number on this Trundle in the jungle matchups is going to sort of be forced to maybe not get as accelerated himself, but be very much more a caterer to the rest of his team. I'm quite curious to sort of see how this Pardo-Winter interaction becomes.
Yeah, I mean, it's also important to note that look how much value this Bard has this game. Post 6, out of laning phase, there's no mobility. There's the most mobility they have is the tiny Aatrox dash. So I'd be looking to see what Bard can do outside of laning phase as well. On the other hand, in the other side of the coin, it's the Trundle is going to have a lot of value when he subjugates the Mordekaiser, so that's a really good pick for him. Orianna is going to have priority in most of this mid lane matchup until Talon does get some of those items coming on through, and this Varus Karma lane, if it is the lethality Varus, is going to be quite hard for the Ezreal and Bard to deal with. So it's a quite a lane kingdom composition coming out of Mammoth Academy. Wanting to punish their lane opponents, wanting to really trade quite heavily in the 1v1s, and the only thing they need to be careful of is the Elise.
And look, I'm gonna just imagine that I'm quite terrified if Elise and Talon fall behind. I feel like a lot of their composition resides on them sort of snowballing and then being able to influence the rest of these lanes. Because for what you say there with Mammoth Academy, you know, they have two very clear targets for the Shockwave for the ball to be coupled with. They have the strong backline engage there with the Varus as well. So I mean, there's a world in which they can say we can just smash out our lanes, transition into team fight, smash that out as well. But you've always got to be so terrified when you know your mid and jungle, especially what Chiefs have here, are so accelerated that you know you might be the one that's in a driving seat of saying we can always push our lanes, we always have prio, but I actually can't rotate anywhere because I'm just gonna get one shot by these guys.
Well, the one thing Talon does, and I did this on stream the other day, I said, I was playing Karthus, and I was like, dude, every Talon player off your red buff respawn, your second red buff respawn will wait in the bush there in an attempt to one-shot you. And I'm speaking from a jungler's perspective, right? And lo and behold, I walk towards my red buff. I'm level 5, Talon's level 6, and I didn't die because like I was actually like proving the point that Talon's in this bush, and Talon was in the bush. So like these Talons do these things. They have these set plays where like the set play for Talon is just to go to a buff respawn and one-shot the jungler there. And the thing about Trundle into Talon is that like, you know, Trundle doesn't necessarily have the tank stats to survive, especially pre-level 6, because Talon's going to hit 6 first before the Trundle. So it's all these like little interactions that we can see on the map.
Well, that's what we're going to wait and see as to how this one plays out. The undefeated Mammoth Academy take to the Rift up against the Chiefs Academy. They've flexed their roster around a little bit. Kanade coming in here for Shinki, and Winter now being the namestay in their mid lane. He's going to flex with this Talon here. A lot of focus, a lot of discussion goes around this pick in particular. Now we really start to wonder exactly how much value can it find. Can it get so accelerated that it really slows down Mammoth and nets them their first loss, or will they just be too consistent in their ability to wombo combo and be aggressive?
It's going to be interesting to see where Elise starts, because that's pretty much going to set the pace of where she wants to gank and put a priority on. But it looks like she's going to start top side and path towards bot lane. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like Karma Varus, both going Comet, both Poke, will have priority in this bot lane, and Elise, you know, will want to punish them for playing really aggressive, because the reason you play this Varus and Karma lane is the fact that you want to be pushed up, you want to be hitting turret plates, you want to be trading. So it's definitely a lane in which the Elise can punish. And even so, like, look at that early ward, okay? Before Elise, once Elise clears her camps, potentially that ward is going to die. So it may not be enough to protect from the Elise gank, but we'll wait and see.
That we will, because as you highlight, they have insane lane clear. Double Arcane Comet is what they have online right now, between a kit that already promotes the ability to smash out those waves before they even had a chance to set themselves up. So if there was a clear indication as to where Elise may be looking to go, definitely you can highlight at that bottom lane, but you'd imagine it is to be almost expected here from Mammoth, and it begs the question as to how Vengeance wants to set himself up to even out the scales, as they both are currently parving down to the bottom side.
Yeah, we'll see kind of a stalemate in top lane until levels start coming through and a few items, but once the more items come through, you know, it's a bit of a skill check matchup. Can Aatrox hit his Qs? Can Mordekaiser dodge them and land theirs, right? It's most of the damage coming through from both champs, like revolve around landing skill shot abilities. So yeah, excited to see if Maximize can flex his muscles in this matchup too.
Skill check. Up on skill check is what I'm seeing here, as you highlight between top and mid. Basically the solo lanes can really die by the sword, if you will, in finding desirable trades, just like that one there. Maximize does his.
Yep. And so,
Hilo responds, but it's nowhere near as strong.
no, I mean, you take a combo like that from Aatrox, you're never winning that. So, you know, this is a decent trade, if you will, from Talon, but
Wow.
they're getting chased down. This is what priority does to you.
It sure does. Fruitcake able to still walk up, acting as a second jungler. Gonna burn out the flash on Pardo, which could hurt him a bit in terms of making those aggressive plays, those diving attempts to act as a high risk and high reward impact, but they've got so much control of this bottom river.
Yep, and so Ezreal's already down to half health. Sure has the Doran shield, has the pot that he's just used right now, but Fruitcake was able to leave lane. Extend really didn't lose much from it. Solo kill in the mid lane.
He flashes into the brush. Unfortunately, there was vision.
Oh, and that's a...
So he tried to juke it out, but Zaito was not having any of it. It's now to double kill, And that was my major concern from the draft. If these two in particular fell behind, what were the ramifications for the team as a whole?
And it's just, we're really seeing the power of Mammoth Academy's draft here, right? Priority bot lane into helping Trundle secure bot crab, into chasing Elise out, burning Elise's flash, and just really just a constant pressure. When you're playing Elise and you have people just roaming into river, roaming into your jungle and forcing you out, that is the worst thing that could happen to you as a jungler, let alone even playing in Elise. So really seeing the benefits of Fruitcake's roam and assistance come to fruition there. Sure, he doesn't get an assist, but that, you know, that play there is just as much his as it is the rest of the team's.
Well, worrying times here already. Only 5 minutes into this game, Jubes. You sort of know what to expect. You know they're going to be looking to hard push. You know they're going to be looking to eke out as much advantages as possible. And the fact that they were able to burn out a flash, then achieve a double kill in all the right places. It's interesting to see how the Chiefs look to try and bounce back in this one as a nice little recall comes out here. They've done the damage. They have the item spikes they require to come back and continue up this pressure. But Kanade might have his work cut out for him now in terms of finding moments in which they can capitalize on.
Yeah, at this point, Elise can't get back into the game from just clearing jungle camps, right? You know, Elise clearing Wolves, Gromp, going resetting, going to Krugs, and just clearing off cooldown won't get her back into the game. So we need to see something creative out of Pato to try and, you know, minimize this lead that the Trundle has got over the Elise. Because once Trundle gets a lead in this jungle matchup, it becomes really hard that you lose the one-shot potential as the Elise and you just lose priority in the jungle matchup. So I'd say Trundle is well on his way to level 6. I can't see his EXP right now, and at least he's only level 4. So very dangerous territory right now for the Chiefs.
And they know that, and are able to rotate through. Get some nice deep vision.
This is really nice.
Towards the blue buff.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'll hold the thought, but
there is a triple ward around this part of the jungle. There is literally nowhere he can hide right now. Kimjin, he's had enough. He says we need to find an advantage, a victory somewhere.
But maybe this isn't the victory that they were looking for.
Oh no.
Yep.
It's gone from bad to worse. Winter has tried to assist. Oh, and the snipe comes out as well. Oh, and, well, okay.
And so, the one thing I want to talk about here, what's really good for Mammoth Academy, right? Like, sure, we can harp on the negatives from Chiefs Academy, but they're playing with such priority that a lot of the time teams don't often know what to do with it. You know, you see, like, you play solo queue, right? And you have priority and you get ganked and you say, well, why is the jungler ganking me? But the next step to that is what Mammoth Academy are doing right now. They're securing, you know, a triangular vision in the bot side jungle of Chiefs Academy, which makes the game literally impossible for Pato, as we see the Flash Varasalt connect, but no damage follow up. But Pato can't go anywhere now, okay? Because when he doesn't show on these bot side wards, we know he's top side. So he should get nothing done in this game, and it's all because Mammoth Academy are utilizing their priority to the best of its ability.
And all that priorities allowed them, as you say, to put such deep vision down that not only does it give that ability to just know at all times where the jungler is, but means they can go unpunished 24/7 being up against the Chiefs turret, pushing it in. And not having to worry at any stage of the game. You know, the fact is, Excellent is flashing forward, looking to take 1v1 fights. He just does not care.
No, and that's what this freedom comes with, right? You can do those plays. I guarantee you, if this is a game where it's like even and it's feeling a little more restricted, you're not going to see a Varus flash forward in lane like that. But the fact that there's such a big jungle gap right now, mid lane gap, they can just do what they want. Walking over a crab, just showing them they're starting Herald at 8 minutes, but not being able to react. The one thing that they can do here, though, is clear some vision bot side and look for a bot dive. Maybe, just maybe.
That may have to be the play right now. There is still a control ward in Tribrush. Otherwise, they have put them once again back in the fog of war, cleared out the vision, and given Pato a chance at getting himself back into this game. Now, where does he turn his attention? I can see action happening in that Tribrush right now, but we're looking at mid lane. Now we turn our attention here. There's Fruitcake was the focal point. He was the target, but he will not fall on down today. He will not give Chiefs an invitation back into this game.
And this is really good from XDen and Fruitcake as well, right? A lot of bot lanes wouldn't back off this wave. they would die and say, well, but I'm gonna lose all these minions and I need to. But where's this Ezreal going? I just want to stop myself in case there's a kill, but it's really just to cull the wave. But the thing that a lot of times people will die for farm, so they'll lose the farm anyway and then give over a kill. And all Extend and Fruitcake did was give away maybe one minion and a cannon minion, and they were able to make it back to the wave without a death. And sure, they don't really have a big CS lead, but the role that they played in deterring that dive has very big implications on this game, right? Elise isn't able to get back into the game, nor is Talon. But as we say that,
This is creative. This is literally a last-ditch attempt to get themselves back in this one. Can Pardo find it? He cannot. No chance to repel, unfortunately. Excellent is so insanely strong, and you give him a blue buff as well. And he can literally 1v2 this lane. And you talk about not needing to have a strong CS advantage. Well, the unquantifiable stat is the fact that they had so much priority and what it meant for controlling and really putting him in the game state like this only 10 minutes in.
yeah, I mean, it's just not worth it. I mean, they got a kill onto the Ezreal, sure, it's nice, but at least dying there. Look at this now, like Rift Herald spawning mid, turrets going to break. They're just losing everything across the map, and I mean, maybe even a kill. Talon has the flash there. Oh, yeah, Subjugate's gonna kill Talon. Oh, Bard heal. Bard heal and
The
Bard Guardian
and
save.
the Guardian.
Yeah.
Okay, comes in clutch there. And that just shows you how strong Vengeance is. Once again, these members of Mammoth as a whole unit.
Yeah.
Forever flashing forwards, never backwards. They are the alphas of the OCS, it appears to be, as we now get a first glimpse of the proper Beth in this top side.
Yeah.
It's going to be Elo doing a fantastic job of actually closing things out here.
Well, that's where we see Elo win the trade on Mordekaiser, right? As soon as Aatrox ultis, if Mordekaiser ultis after it, then steals the stats and is able to really win the 1v1 in that round. But, Orianna coming through meant that he wasn't able to follow up and potentially chase that down for a solo kill. But, look at the CS lead in the top lane as well. Everywhere on the map is just falling behind.
Begs the question now, with their wing con seemingly removed in the mid-jungle department, what are we looking for now? Are we looking to get ourselves out of a laning state?
Do you want my honest
Put ourselves
answer
on
or
1-3-1?
my optimist answer?
Well, I actually want both.
Okay.
I'm just curious as to, do they look to try and play around as a gank squad and find one pick and say, okay, it's a 4v5, can we do something with this? Or is it going to continue to be doomed like this?
My honest answer, game's doomed, okay? But my optimistic answer is that Elise just does what Elise is doing right now. Look for picks, look to punish lanes with no flash, which is really this bot lane, but if they get counter ganked like they are, maybe they lose this, but really good shutdown, okay? This is it. Okay, this is the way back. Now I'm optimistic again, okay? Really good gank from Pato. Got there first. The Varus, they timed the Varus summoner. They got it down to a T, a few seconds off,
Yep.
and managing to pick up a little bit of a shutdown. You take those little wins, okay? Win condition, Ezreal, get your 3 items, get your Death Dance, and maybe you turn into Death and carry this game. But until then, all we're doing is playing for side lane picks, and if Elo can win this side lane, then it's huge for the context of the game.
It surely could be. Both flashing forward right now, trying to find an advantage. World Ender to buy some distance. Control goes down on that tri-brush. No gank is happening
dead.
just yet. His Talon is on the hunt. He wants to get himself back into this game. Doesn't he have the ultimate? He does just not. But he's got the Ignite. Will he look to get the kill put his way? He will indeed. Lethality starting to come online here.
Alright, winnable or what?
May start to once again build up the hope and the dreams here for Chiefs Academy.
Yeah, I mean, really nice from Elo, right? I maybe would attribute some of his CS deficit to the game state in which he has to play a lot more safer, a lot more reserved,
Sure.
because, he TP's in.
I love this.
Death Realm.
Go
Varus
for
has
gold,
flash.
Elo. He's looking for it right now. That's going
Ah.
to force out a flash. As the Chain Corruption
dead.
lands in place, but Excellent is in so much trouble. You've just come back to the lane with that teleport, and you're going to get sent right back to the fountain.
Yeah.
Chiefs Academy showing so much mental resolve to say, despite falling so far behind, we're still going to give you a bit of a fight here.
Okay, so, they are doing well to bring this game back, right? Nice utilization of that TP, and they did it on the death timer of Maximize, so he wasn't able to follow. Burning Varus Flash again gives them another avenue to play around. So the Elise can repeat bot lane. Elise does have Flash. They can now go for the Flash Cocoon onto the Varus. But the next kill, in my opinion, needs to break bot tower. The moment they break this bot tower, they free Ezreal up. They can put Ezreal into the mid lane, leave Talon in a side, put Orianna in the side lane, make her a little more uncomfortable, and then potentially this is where we see Chiefs claw their way back into the game.
They're really capitalizing on the amount of summoner flashes they are burning. How they're able to really harp on that point you made from draft. There is little to no mobility on this composition. They are so reliant on both the flash and the Karma and powered shields that they can be very easy pick targets if caught without.
Yeah, and I mean, if this game, they didn't blow open laning phase like Mammoth Academy did, we see really what the Chief Academy composition can do.
Sure, yeah.
But again, Zyda having such a good game. They really just need to play around the vocal points of this team. At the moment, it's the Trundle, it's the Orianna. Anywhere those two go together will win most, if not all, skirmishes and have priority. So, you know, walk with your Orianna, push the wave, and attack a side lane. This bot lane turret, for me, this bot lane turret, whilst Mammoth Academy played the early game fairly well, it's been up for far too long. With the amount of priority they've had in mid lane, the amount of agency they've had through Orianna and the Trundle, this bot turret should not be alive.
Agree. And it now begs the question as to when do Chiefs Academy look to try and force that fight? Were they going to sacrifice that Herald? You'd imagine they're going to sacrifice this extra Dragon. Wait for the all-in 5v5 when it comes to Soul Point. Buy them as much time to give them some key item spikes that can help bridge the gap for what is a bit of a gold lead here.
Yeah, it's also the blessing for Mammoth Academy is that this Dragon is an Infernal Soul, and with the composition that they're rocking, generally speaking, Infernal Soul is best when it's combined with poke compositions. So they're having the Varus, they have the Karma, they have the Orianna even, and so this Infernal Soul is has so much value. As we see Elise flash in the mid lane, I assume she missed the cocoon, so X then lives to fight another day, but unfortunate summoner burnt, but at least they broke mid turret.
One turret for two. Chiefs will find anything they can, picking up the scraps here and keeping that gold distance only around about the rough 2,000 gold mark.
Well,
So Herald finds a double headbutt charge off.
if I'm being completely honest, Chiefs Academy are playing the map far better than Mammoth Academy right now. You know, sure, the deficit is still at about 3,000, but, you know, we were talking about a 3,000-4,000 gold lead at 5 minutes ago. And so the fact that they've able to break turrets, get some kills, you know, potentially find some win conditions, it's because they're playing the map so well. They're utilizing their TP advantage when they had it. They're breaking turrets in the mid lane when they over-rotate and leave Varus on his lonesome. So, you know, next objective I think is going to be crucial. Maybe Chiefs Academy will look to fight it. Third Dragon's also a scary one to give away. So potentially we see a pick in the mid lane leading into a Dragon.
Yeah, Exton has no flashes again. Perfectly sized up there, and he falls on down, coming from every single angle. Shockwave onto one. Maximize not going to get locked in place with that root. Using his ultimate, dashing away, flashing on after.
So this is what I was
from
saying.
Zyta is just so far accelerated. He's now 5-0-2.
Anywhere this Orianna goes, it's just a win. Okay, and they weren't utilizing that. They weren't playing towards the Orianna. And much like the Orianna wasn't attacking bot lane like he probably should have been, but that's a fight where, you know, I don't mind that play from Chiefs Academy at all. It's just that the Talon is so far behind, the damage isn't relevant. Like, he ulted, got a bit of a combo off onto the Orianna, but wasn't relevant damage. And the Orianna has no armor, right? Like, this is a good pick in my opinion. I think the Ezreal misplayed a little bit. Shouldn't have got binded by the Varus ulti, but it's just perma disengaged. Mordekaiser was late to that play too. If it's a play they really wanted to make, Mordekaiser should have walked up, but really nice counter gank from Mammoth Academy.
That's the third Dragon gone that way. So Twitch Chiefs now on a timer as to these next 5 minutes being so damn important. Big break points to look forward to here with the Bramble Vest online and a Zhonya soon to be completed here for Elo on its Mordekaiser. Hopefully gives Winter enough time to get himself a second serrated Dirk.
Yeah, and you know, seeing your Talon 2 levels down in this game, it is disheartening because, oh, okay, 1 level I lied, but Talon is a champion that doesn't really function well from behind, right? There's certain champions in League of Legends that don't want to be behind, and there's some that, you know, you can play from behind. And Talon, let me tell you, I can assure you, put my house on it, does not pilot from behind.
There's a reason he's not known as a control mage. I don't think you ever hear of a control assassin being in the same phrase there as a Talon, but regardless,
It may as well be though.
At this stage,
Yeah, it may as well be when he's ahead.
He's controlling the minion waves. You know, he's got a Tiamat. That's probably his best bet at this stage. But yeah, at his, when he is ahead, he definitely functions in that capacity as well. But what are we looking here for Chiefs Academy? Well, plenty of mobility. Keep catching out targets. Keep executing on the fact that these members Off the Mammoth Academy, do not have their flash available. Shraze is going to make that a little bit easier, give them a second ability, couple that with the Magical Journey. Be able to traverse around this map as quickly as possible.
What the Chiefs Academy need to do is pretty much just play the game out as is, right? They're not going, no one die right now, just play bounce, play ping pong with minion waves. But, you know, 45 seconds before that dragon spawns, they really need to do something inventive, do something creative, potentially look for a pick in the red side jungle, being in a bush that they don't expect, and, you know, start off the dragon fight as a 4v5. Because I feel like that's their one avenue back into this game, or at least to not lose the game, right? I think if they lose this soul, the game becomes exponentially harder. Pado.
Maybe caught out of situation here. He has no flash repel with nowhere to go. Stopwatch. Okay, is there going to be a response from his team right now? Shockwave just clumps into him. He may have just baited his team into an absolute collapse.
Yeah.
Defram goes out, and that'll protect Elo. But only for a little bit of time as he falls on down swiftly as well. And oh, you hate to absolutely see it there, Jubes. What was Chiefs ever so close to clawing things back and keeping it within a touching distance. Mammoth have blown it wide open.
You know, what was 3,000 is now 6,000 skimmy, so looking very grim for them. 20 minutes into the game, 6,000 gold lead. Nice true shot barrage, but like Talon's just in the side lane, and it's just about identifying from behind what you have access to and what you don't. So if you look at mid-wave here, there's no priority, so you have no business walking into this jungle. Unfortunately, this is what happens when you fall behind. Your jungle was the first thing to go. But what Pado should have done there is walk through mid lane with his bot lane, push the wave out. You know, when someone shows on the mid wave, you can then walk into your jungle. So all it is skipping steps, and Mammoth Academy punish that.
Becomes tough now to assess as to how they get themselves back into this one. They were getting very close towards it. The highlight had to be that these next 5 minutes were crucial for keeping that goal distance as close as possible and for achieving as many items as possible. Well, that second Sword of Dirk will come online in part thanks to Winter split pushing.
Kim Jun has ticked his 2 item power spike, has the upgraded Muramana now, so at least that's come on through before this all-important dragon fight.
And I'm just waiting to see when Elo gets this Zonias. I mean, he's been sitting on these items for a fair bit of time right now. You'd imagine surely he has the gold. He's just been sat in the side lane, bouncing and playing ping pong for a rather long time right now. But I think all our questions really were answered from the draft as to Zyta being the most aggressive mid laner we have so far in the OCS, and Winter getting his second game introduction, and sort of how tough that would be. Yeah, a
little bit of a welcoming into the OCS with the solo kill. Zyta's done that to quite a few mid laners now, but you know, important to note too, Maximize, while Elo has had, you know, he's had a decent game in the sense that he's done his job in terms of being a weak side of the map. But, you know, we're seeing Maximize run away with the CS lead now, right? Like, sure, he doesn't have the prettiest KDA, but 50 CS up.
It hasn't been as strong as his other games, essentially, in terms of a lot of the spotlight being shown his way with him just absolutely crushing the 1v1, controlling the side lanes and running rampant.
And whilst it hasn't been, right, like, you still have to be happy with a 60 CS lead.
Sure.
You know, a 60 CS lead is nothing to scoff at, but just goes to show how one-sided a lot of Mammoth Academy's games have been, much like this one is right now.
Very, very close there for
hard ult lands. Looks like they're just going to go for the smite.
This may be the last-ditch effort as they look to try and steal this one. He steals it! Pado has given him another 5 minutes to play around with, but how many members do fall on down as a result? 2 to start things off with. Can Chiefs Academy disengage? Yes, they can. That may have just bought them a lifeline, one that is very necessary.
I mean, the lifeline that they bought means that they lose Baron, unless a True Shot Barrage steals it, and he doesn't have that cooldown up right now. So, you know, whilst good smite secure, it was at the expense of Baron, and we'll have to wait and see what damage Baron does. But I know there's one rule of League of Legends, and it's when you're playing somewhat of a poke composition and you get the Baron buff, it is almost impossible to lose, right? You just set up shop in that lane, and you just fling skill shots until a couple of them land, and then you take turret, and let's just rinse and repeat.
Well, here come the synchronized recalls as Mammoth no doubt looking to get themselves online with the biggest of the power spikes possible. Control wards across the board here, but it all started with a Tempered Fate to try and make this a potential steal.
Yeah, I mean, it's an absolute madman of a smite. Just getting in there, and, you know, potentially Talon didn't have to die there, but At least they've given themselves, you know, I know I was talking about how broken the Infernal Soul is with the team composition that Mammoth Academy have, but a part of me just thinks lose the Infernal Soul and just go for Smite Steel and Elder Drake. A part of me just thinks that the best thing to do was, yeah, just flip it and try and get Elder Drake.
Perhaps there was a looming thought of, look, if the game continues on this trajectory, you know, we're going to lose so much. We're going to be lost at our base with maybe, say, 2 Nexus turrets remaining. And they can just play the inhibitor minion dance, and we really have nothing left as a form of contest. So we'll have to wait and see what the damage is of this Baron.
He's
Vital
so
once
aggressive.
again showcasing what he does with these flashes. 1v5, the man just does not care, but he will today. As the shutdown goes across to Kimjun, the one with the lion's share of this gold so far. The one you'd love to see get this economy back in business, and the one which will now have a double buff to help clear these waves.
I mean, we just saw the best and worst of Zyda in the space of 10 seconds. We see Zyda flashing forward, looking for that aggressive shockwave, and then also, you know, not having a summoner count or not having a summoner check and just flashing forward into his own demise and giving over a very big shutdown to Kim Jun, who's probably been a quiet performer of this team, right? They like,
sure.
He's had a really solid game. He's up CS. He's got a real positive KDA. Hasn't died yet, and you know, just an unnecessary death.
Well, how does this influence the map? No doubt the Baron buff will continue to be predominant. There's no questioning that. But this will give Kimjin a lot to play around with now, as he's well and truly online to getting that Death's Dance in his pocket, and as you say, being a sleeper agent in these team fights that could just do a lot of damage quietly, whilst the rest of the team look to try and set up CC.
Yeah, Ezra was putting the jungle on a bit of a farm, farming up a bit of a storm. He's level 14, and important to note that, you know, Oriana's level 14, so Ezra is in a very good position in this game, but will it be enough? Will he get the Death Dance before the next Dragon fight? I'm not sure.
Lanes are very much pushed in on all fronts right now, as you'd imagine.
The potential positive is that they didn't lose anything in this Baron push. I mean, there's still a little bit to go, but maybe they're able to hold. They didn't drop an inhibitor. They didn't even drop an inhibitor turret, and that's a real positive for Chiefs Academy because, you know, in a minute's time, this Infernal Drake spawns, and that means that they don't really have a pressure vacuum, right? Like, there's no super minions crashing into their base, and they're able to just, you know, push a wave and walk in together. So maybe the last hurrah, Israel has got the Death Dance, so if there's ever a fight there to win, it's probably the one that's coming up next.
And it begs the question, right? We've been so vocal this game about Zaita being insanely strong and looking to try and play around him. I feel like that flash play, despite them being ahead by 8,000 gold, has made it feel nowhere near as impactful. I mean, the Baron buff, for the most part, kept Chiefs locked in their base, but that was just free farm.
Well, it's unnecessary, right? Because Bard has ultimate now. Oriana has no flash. Sure, the Aatrox is in a win condition in his own right, but you know, if this Oriana falls down again with a really clutch Bard ultimate into some really nice, you know, follow-up damage, then maybe the team fight's winnable, right? Like, this Varus is lethality Varus. You know, Mordekaiser does have armor items, so the damage isn't going to be relevant. You know, I'd almost argue that it's worth the Mordekaiser flash ulting Oriana and just stalling the fight and hoping that the fight ends in that sense, but here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, what happened
Soul
to
point for
Ezreal's
Mammoth Academy.
health?
Ezreal already down to a third of his HP.
He can lifesteal off the bot minion wave, but
Oh no.
Yeah.
It always looks so good, and in a matter of moments, the opportunity flashes away for them. Fantastic by Mammoth. Always looking for opportunities to turn this one around, make sure that there's no condition for them to win upon. The pillar goes on down, but Kimjun is flexing with the CDR. Pardo disengaging on out. Members of Mammoth getting dropped a little bit low. The
least
goes down to 50%. Maximize is forced to disengage on this one. Shockwave onto 2. That might be the turnaround they need, and they find it. Kimjun is gone.
I didn't
And
get
Pardo,
that one.
who tries to do a Hail Mary, attempted late for the second time this game, but he won't be able to smite steal this time.
You know what I love about seeing that? Is I look at the minimap after that happens, and you see the pings go down. There's like a Chiefs Academy are danger pinging and spam pinging the flash. So it's like, you know, there's a bit of cheeky bands going on about like the flash there, but you know, Infernal Soul secured. Nice team fight from Mammoth Academy again. special shout out to Kim Jun. I think he's played exceptionally well. Got caught in the shockwave there. Nice shockwave, but they live to fight another day. Maybe we see them stall to this Elder.
Mammoth Academy very happy with just getting a mid inhibitor, but not going to push it too far ahead. And why would you? You know, there's a Baron spawning in under 15 seconds. They can go for another complete shot with a lot of money earned from that successful team fight and soul point acquisition. And this would really make, as you say, the sieging poke comp insane. You got the Infernal Soul, you got the Baron push this time, and Oriana that will have the flash. For sure, this will be the game-winning fight.
Super minions just look so hard for Talon to get through at this point in the game. I mean, like I said, there's nothing worse than playing Talon at this point, but Ezreal even. Look at Ezreal struggling to get through these. You need a crit AD to clear these super creeps with the Runans. Maybe a pick? Or just misses.
Nade went fishing now, unable to find a bite. Trying to find an all-important pick to dissuade Mammoth from going towards that Baron.
We nearly have a Flame Horizon in the top lane. Just 2 more CS and there's a Flame Horizon. 1 more. Yeah, there you go. Congratulations, Maximize. That's his second Flame Horizon, I believe.
Well, it took us a while, but Maximize has hit that point of Fiora and Camille.
Oh.
Notorious split push, and that may just be the one shot with the auto attack traveling through space and time.
You know, if one teammate was on the other end of that portal, Bard would have lived because they would have just procced Guardian. As we see Maximize just go for an 1v4 and he's not dead yet.
Mammoth. Well, they're having fun, I'll tell you that much.
It is.
Was the first one, and now Maximize tries to do the Hail Mary play himself as well.
That is just very for fun. That is just the pinnacle of for fun gaming. What Maximize did there. You know what he said? You know what he said on comms? I guarantee you, it's guys. I'm really strong. I'm up 100 CS. I'm just gonna see if I can 1v4. And then the team just says, okay, we'll just get Baron. And then he goes for that 1v4, and it's just unnecessary because now Chiefs potentially get to contest this Elder Drake in 3 minutes, right? If this game doesn't end on this Baron push, which it's stalled out due to the death of Maximize, they're able to contest it and flip the game with a smite again.
I think you got to look at it in 2 ways, right? Like on one statement, it's cocky, and on the second end, it's always giving Chiefs a potential to get themselves back into this game. You know, you're playing a very dangerous game of delaying for as long as possible, and with those major buffs coming online, yes, we're talking Baron and Soul Point for Mammoth Academy, but Pardo's done it before. He's stolen one of these dragons. If this game gets stalled out for another 2.5 minutes, there's potential for an Elder contest as well.
Yeah, and that's all they should be hanging on for, really, is the chance to get to that Baron, the Elder Pit and steal that dragon. You know, Kim Jun's damage is still there, but it's going to be hard to defend these turrets versus these Baron creeps and super minions in the mid lane. You know, whilst this Ezreal is strong, he still can't do relevant damage to this front line of Mammoth Academy.
Cannot afford to get picked right now. He has to live. Pardo always on the flank, looking to try and find a target. Winter in that same fashion. Nanima look to go for it once again. Sidestepping out the Tempered Fate. He looks for the one shot on towards the Varus. There's the protection over an Oriana shockwave, which does so much to prevent the collapse. The follow-up from Chiefs Academy. The Death Realm expires. They buy a fair bit of time as Kimjin is forced to flash away. Dangerous times here. It's a Nexus turret and a victory screen in the way here for Mammoth Academy. The wave clear may not be enough as they are falling on down like you would not believe it. At least evaporated from the game. Can Kimjin do anything here? Triple inhibitors have been deleted. As may his health buff as he tries to make something happen. He finds on 2. But the Nexus itself is swarmed by pressure.
Yeah,
that'll be all she wrote. Mammoth Academy will remain undefeated going into week number 4.
There was just too many creeps in that scenario for Ezreal to do damage there. You got to feel for him. He was flinging skill shots out, but really good performance from Mammoth Academy. Really good team performance. It didn't come without the hiccups though, right? Like, sure, it was relatively clean, but you know, a few limit tests here and there, a few data, a few numbers crunched, but good win for them, and they're still undefeated, Skimmy.
They're going to be very happy with that one. Maybe a little bit too happy with some of the plays they tried to put forward to try and have a little bit of fun with that one. But that's going to do it for game number 4. Remember, remain undefeated. And we're going to jump to a quick break before we go into our final game of the night, which will be Gravitas Academy taking on the Die Cubs.
Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. No matter how we fight to
And here we are for the final time tonight, for the final game, in fact, there, Jubes. It's going to be the Dire Cubs taking on Gravitas' Academy, and can you believe it, we're into week number 4, and the Dire Cubs only played once. Bit of an unfortunate scheduling there, with them having the first game, then into a bye, and unfortunately a forfeit last week as well. It's denied one man in particular, be it Why Not, their other jungler in comparison with the likes of Udisoft, so he'll be very excited, I'm sure, no doubt, to play it today and play against some familiar players too.
Yeah, I mean, I know Why Not personally, and I worked with him last year. So yeah, he's definitely a player that works extremely hard, and really wants to give, like, going professional a good crack. So for me, I hope he does well, and it's good to see him, get his opportunity this game, because last week obviously he was meant to play but didn't get to play. Also, I don't know what system they have there. I don't know if it's rotating 1 week or 1 week in, 1 week out, or it's matchup dependent, but. Good to see Dire Wolves giving kids a chance, and Dire Cubs giving kids a chance, and rotating out, even though they have the likes of Udisoft, Cupcake, and things like that. So
they have deep pockets, if you will. They have the ability to flex out their composition as they need be, based on form, based on ideas, based on strategies, really, for what their development is designed around. So we wait to see what that game plan is, and one player that's definitely been seizing up the opportunity is Bambi for Gravitas Academy. He's had some fantastic performances. He's netted himself a pentakill, no doubt, as well. So it shows that the possibilities are very much real.
And that's a role swap, right? Remember that Gravitas Academy was saying that, whilst they trialed mid laners, they didn't really find the mid lane options, and where they found that they had plenty of ADC options, and they thought Bambi, his leadership could be best utilized in the mid lane, having access to, pretty much all points or all aspects of the map. So, it's worked out for them recently. Bambi having a few pop-off performances, but, Trashly's another player who's played in the OPL and done quite well for himself. So, looking towards him to have some big games and to step up against today, right? Like coming up against Cupcake, OPL winner, OPL coach, whatever you name it, Cupcake's probably done. So Cupcake and Kelrock have, whilst it's only been one game, bit of a lane kingdom, they're two players to watch out for as well. So I'm quite excited about this game, because I think we've seen Gravitas Academy, kind of onwards and upwards, right? Figuring out themselves as a team, figuring out their identity. And Dire Cubs, I don't even really need to give an introduction to, right? We see the names on that team and they're all familiar faces. So it's going to be a good game, I think.
There will be, and I'm glad you touched on the point there for the bottom lane matchup, especially between the supports. Cupcake needs no further introduction, and Trashly, one of these players that is very flexible in his roster, very much likes to play away from, I want to say, the meta, the traditional supports. He's quite keen to venture into the likes of Janas and Lulus and so on. He's very keen to, I always want to say, have an affinity towards the enchanters, try to bring them back from what has been a very stable meta on tank. So we're going to see that once again be the case, as they lock in themselves the Ezreal and the Yuumi.
But I would argue that Trashly has done most of his best work on the likes of Set and those engaged champions. I thought even in the OPL he was quite good for Gravitas. So seeing him here in the OCS is like, at least for us, it's a good thing. I'm sure he would want to play OPL when given the chance. But Yuumi for him, Yuumi Ezreal, I think, regardless of whether you're an engaged player or not, it's always a good thing. Yuumi is, I think, really strong right now, and put that into the affiliates and the Karma. That seems to be the answer, right? When we see the Yuumi's pick, people seem to respond with the Karma. So Karma going to make it a rough night for the Gravitas Academy bot lane.
It's interesting because, it felt like to me once upon a time the answer to Yuumi was always you have to play some form of engage, primarily the Nautilus. The Nautilus was probably the best answer from a engaged support, but it now feels like a lot of teams are saying, who cares about that? Because, traditionally we had this, if you draft an enchanting support into Yuumi, you're just going to get outscaled, but now it's like, well, we can just play the Karma, we can utilize being an actual body as opposed to being attached, we have so much more poke and harass, that the opportunity, the ability for the Yuumi to scale up and be as annoying as possible gets pushed back so far and so late into the game that it's non-factor.
Well, I think the Yuumi nerfs have helped get to that point, in the sense that, before, I think if you did try and match Yuumi and out-poke and out-harass Yuumi, you weren't able to. I think that was one aspect. And then the other thing, I think, is that teams are just confident in accruing such a lead in lane with this matchup, or in the poke matchups, that Yumi scaling doesn't eventuate and doesn't matter, right? Like if you're confident, you're just a better bot lane, and you think that you'll be able to like push them in, take turret, take plates, then why not go for this matchup, right? But I think there was a point in which Yumi was like, no matter how good you were, there was no point in trying to poke that champion out of lane. But you know, I guess the nerfs allowed us to see different, you know, play styles into her.
Well, let's see what it actually means this time around for our final game of the day. Two bans actually heavily itemized towards Why Not with the Graves and Kindred, and then a snap lock on towards that Lee Sin, wasting no time there. Clearly knew what he wanted, and he's not afraid to bust out one of the most early game mechanical champs.
Oh, it's weird because I don't necessarily know him as the Lee Sin player, right? I'm sure he can play Lee Sin, but it's not something that you see Why Not put many hours in solo queue. It's probably just something that he feels comfortable enough to always whip out in the professional setting. I think Why Not play a lot of Kindred, play a lot of Kiana jungle, but I think that's more of a for fun pick now than anything like that. But you know, Gravitas Academy's composition is looking quite nice, right? Like the Corki paired with the Ezreal, those two synergize quite well. You know, Yumi can hop between both those carries. Aatrox solid matchup into the Ornn, and Corki really, I don't think has a bad matchup into Zoe at all. It's more of a skill check matchup, but yeah, both compositions are actually quite nice. I feel like we've had a pretty good day of drafting, right? I don't think any composition is significantly worse than the other. It's really going to come down to execution and laning, and that's the important thing here. Normally, I don't really put a heavy emphasis on laning, but if you allow this Yumi and Ezreal to get ahead or to ruin you in lane, then you're in for a rough night, much like Zoe into Corki. If Zoe gets the lead, you're in for a rough night, so it's going to be good to see.
And we had Bambi play Corki in week number 1. I believe it was a rather quiet game for him. I don't think he got up to too much. He was very much a power farmer in that game, really allowing the rest of his team to continue to do what they did best and sort of join a team fight once he had about 15 items online. So looking forward to sort of seeing what he can do with those breakpoints. If the Ezreal Yumi can reach a stage of the game where they aren't too far behind on the bottom lane, then the Yumi can be an absolute nightmare when coupled with the Trundle, the Aatrox to dive the backline. But we haven't seen much Zoe, primarily because it's been banned away. Yeah, so the Dye Cup's getting it here today, much like when Ubisoft got his coveted Evelyn. It could be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Well, the way I look at Corki, because we'll talk about the Zoe matchup, right? The way I look at Corki, I do play a lot of Corki as well. You really have no agency in most of your lanes unless they're really good lanes until level 6. The moment you get level 6 and you get your Manamune, and you should have your Manamune quite early if you're farming extremely well, but the moment you get like the Manamune and level 6, you start to be able to push back and play for priority and have, you know, relevant poke and relevant damage, right? The danger that you have is that Zoe is, for me, pretty strong at all points, right? Zoe, with the way that her W interacts with minions, and you pick up Proto Belts, Redemptions, and all of this and all of that, means that they're going to have a really strong 2v2 skirmish around mid lane. And if you're not used to playing without priority in your jungle mid matchup, then the game can really blow open either through mid lane or through attacking a side lane. And so if Gravitas Academy are able to like stabilize the game in a sense and just hit those one items and hit those items where they can start to trade back, then they're in a good spot. But Dire Cubs really, for me, have all of the agency in the early game, and the onus is on them to do something and be proactive.
And I think what we saw beforehand in that previous game was a great explanation, or a great example, really better phrased, as to how much of an advantage you can actually achieve, what you can actually net with it, and how much you can really set your team up for success. Yes, the game lasted, over 35 minutes, but quite honestly, it felt quite doomed from the initial first few. So
yeah, and
it seems to be a composition that we're going to see continuously now in this bottom lane.
And it's the thing about scaling, right? A lot of people say, well, when we get to 35 minutes, they're going to outscale us. But you know, if Lee Sin and Zoe manage to get themselves a stable enough lead, the scaling is only relevant in terms of like items, right? In item thresholds. But if you're managing to just cruise along a 5k gold lead for most of the game and play for soul, there's no danger in you getting outscaled. You're still up that amount of gold. You're still up the turrets, up the pressure, up probably in vision as well, right? Like your vision controls probably exceeds theirs, and there's just no rush in ending the game. And I think that's one thing Riot has done, has enticed people to play more early game compositions and win via stacking those dragons. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that's what Why Not chooses to do this game.
And that was really going to be my question, right? You know, you come in as your first game to sort of showcase what you can do on this roster. Would you be looking to try and be the montage playmaker, or would you be wanting to try and fuel the idea of let's get my team online, let's utilize our priority as best as we can, and sort of fuel the idea as a team as a whole, rather than going to more Lease and Solo-Q-esque build and try and win the game on your own with those individual picks?
Well, I think most of Why Not's performances in terms of the Dire Cubs camp will come down to what they actually hear. I think he's a very vocal person, and being on comms with him in the past is he's a big communicator. And so, you know, whilst he may not have a flashy KDA at the end of a game, if like let's just for argument's sake, he doesn't have a good KDA at the end of this game, I think what he offers to this team is going to come more from a communication sense, and then everything else is a bonus. Not to say that he can't, but I think that's where his strengths really lie. So it's something that I guess what I'm trying to say is we won't be able to quantify or we won't be able to see, right? And that's going to be like from a Dire Cubs camp themselves, and to see how they react and respond to what he's saying and how he's dictating the early game. Because he's very aggressive and he wants to make plays and he wants to play to objectives.
And I think that's always such an important thing to have, especially in a role as commanding as that, is to be a very vocal voice as to, okay, look, we're going to be looking to try and do this. I'm going to be looking to try and do that. And to have a big roster as such, much like Gravitas as an organization have as well, very flexible in the ability to put members in and members out, the ability to sort of make your mark and stand out from, you know, the competition, even within your own roster, as to, you know, what do I actually bring to this table, why you should choose me. And it might not be because of my champion pool or you know, my individual plays, but what I bring as an environment, or how we're able to sort of hang on to games. Because we've seen so many situations tonight where games have gone 40 minutes in, and it's really been about who doesn't get picked or who made the better shot call.
Exactly, right? And if you can offer that stability through a role, whether it's the jungle role or not, then so be it. But excited to see what happens this game. I think, like I said, the onus is on Direwolves. They have more of like the early game, like Lane Kingdom-esque type champions. So, you know, I know I would much rather be playing the Lee Sin because that means I get access to my Scuttle Crabs. But, you know, Bambi on this Corki potentially has a blinder.
He is to be feared. He's played well at the start of the OCS, and he'll be looking, no doubt, to continue up that form as we enter our final game of week number 4 here in the Oceanic Challenger Series. Gravitas Academy taking on the Direwolves Academy, better known as the Dire Cubs, as Why Not gets to make his debut here for that roster today.
Striker Ezreal. I do like that skin.
Has he won the Skinergy?
Yeah, Skinergy, he's won.
There we go.
Let's see, let me do a skin
well.
check. Let me do a skin check. Yep, that's a good Aatrox skin for sure. He wins the battle of the skins, but only because Ornn doesn't really have any good skins. If we could maybe pan to mid lane, if maybe we'll pan to mid lane shortly, but
Forget about jungle starts, forget about vision control, forget about...
no, we don't care about
we can see
anything
the
but
skins.
other than Skinergy, because
Are they stylish?
here we are, is where you for only $10 RP, you too can go into the store and get these skins.
Oh, Bambi's played it again. He popped off last time. I like this skin a lot.
Nah, this skin's not the right one to play. You gotta play the Corgi skin. I don't know what it's called though. Is it? What's the skin called?
Big dog mid laner. That's what I'm gonna call it.
Okay, the big dog mid laner skin on Corgi.
Why not? Is Corgi's like the best dog? I don't even know. It's such like, I'm sure there's like a tier list out there
Yeah,
for the best breed of
it's
dog.
not a Corgi, but oh my goodness, the aggression in the bot lane already. So that's a very good trade for the side of Dire Cubs.
Well,
Yeah, they're a bit of a rough lane at the moment. The Ezreal.
that's incredibly rough.
Ezreal face tanked quite a few abilities. I think Trashly is doing the right thing there, hopping out and tanking some damage, but I don't really...
The thing that's weird about this, right, is
I
they're
just-
not going to have the mana pool to sustain the amount of health he needs to recoup.
No,
here.
but I also just don't know what happened. So I'm trying to like explain why that's bad, but also think back to how that even happened, because they just have so much range to not let that happen to them. Now they just have to base. Like, they really have to
This is
base.
brutal.
Yeah.
They're going to bleed so much CS here by staying in place for as long as possible. Trashly not going to be able to stack up that mana flow band as easily as possible with harassment, based on the fact he's going to be using all his mana on these heals. And that summons Why Not
Yeah, this is good.
for a level 3 gank.
This is good
Why
party.
not? Literally, the name is there. Why not gank this? Make it happen.
Nice E to the minion.
Punish them for not going for that base as the exhaust comes on out. They juggle the aggro, 2 turrets to him, and he flashes away. That's the kill secure as Kalrock jumps in, gets himself a first blood, and a turret shot for his efforts. Can we now find ourselves a second kill? Once again, fancy feet! And there they are! Yumi gets one back on the board, but Dire Cubs get everything they need to smash open this early start.
Yeah, you gotta be happy with that, right? You know, Yumi got the kill, sure, whatever. But the minions loss from Ezreal is quite a bit. The wave is going to be bouncing back to the Aphelios and the Karma as well. So good pathing from Why Not. He actually hasn't lost his red buff yet. That's the interesting thing to me, right? Jinx didn't see that his red buff was up or didn't do the vision check here to notice that Why Not didn't have red. And it's just well juggled as well. Why Not pixel perfect on the juggling, and I think Karma could have tanked a little bit earlier, but ends up tanking here. Maybe could have tanked the last tower hit. He would have been close to 1 HP, but that's being hypercritical. Again, 2 for 1. You're happy with that. Wave bouncing back to Aphelios and Karma.
Jinx brings one back for the boys of Gravitas by stealing away that red buff. Finally, as you highlighted, now might be showing face mid lane, forcing out a flash from the Zoe. That's a beautiful pillar, and the flash comes out a little bit late, but it will be used regardless.
And take some damage for your troubles.
That's only going to get worse from here on out, Juice. 4 minutes in already.
You know
shows you what it can do.
You know what's crazy? I forget about the world where Nimbus Cloak didn't exist, and I often wonder, like, you know that gank there as an example? Would Zoe have died without Nimbus Cloak? You know, how many scenarios do you see where they just live now because of Nimbus Cloak?
I wonder if they're going to do a rework for the next season.
I would really appreciate, and this is coming from a jungler, and we probably benefited the most from this, right? In terms of Nimbus Cloak usage. I would really appreciate if they just deleted Nimbus Cloak.
Well, this is what that bot
Oh,
lane
nice from
engagement.
Yumi.
You're comparing a Fairy Charm
Double
Ezreal
TP.
to Pickaxe Aphelios. Gravitas have had enough of this one, said, look, you did it once, we don't want to fall down to the definition of insanity and have it happen again. Despite the numbers disadvantage, they are going to try and make this happen. Okay, Jinx. Takes out Why Not. But the team, as a full 5-man unit, collapse on bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, Trashly might die here. No, okay. That was really well played from Trashly. So Ezreal was in execute range of Lee Sin, but Trashly took the Lee Sin Q, hopped in to deny Q2 damage, and pretty much just turned that skirmish around. Nice TP, proactive TPs coming out of the Gravitas Academy lineup. And again, this is what we're talking about, right? Being proactive with your TPs and TPing first, 9 times out of 10 results in you having the positive net play in wherever you were going to. And that's what we saw there from Gravitas Academy. I think they even focused the wrong targets, but still came out on top just from being first.
Look, I wouldn't be surprised if Why Not looks to try and make that kind of play again. Now that those TPs are gone, he's going to show face mid anyway.
Yeah, he's dead.
Ignite goes on through. That prevents any further damage as Way is able to then continue his pressure in setting up this wave, but he's had an absolute blinder to open up his very first game here for the Dire Cubs.
Yeah, I mean, that was almost a solo kill too though, right? But the Lee Sin Safeguard getting the assist, and this is what we're talking about, is Why Not going to be putting a heavy emphasis on these dragons, on these objectives, and lo and behold, 6 minutes in, first dragon goes down.
Dragon, no doubt, into a follow-up clear or even a reset to get himself some more items on the board and continue to build a strong advantage over Jinx's Trundle here, but you know, that CS deficit in the bot lane can still be felt, down about 15.
Yeah.
Without those flash, without those combat summoners, which will start to be coming back online here between the heal and exhaust of the Yumi. Still a very real dive target, knowing that the teleports can't influence the matchup.
I mean, you know, Trundle at this point in the game is probably ahead in terms of gold on the Lee Sin because it's only 2 assists and it's a killer piece, and the camp cooldown, or the camp gold rather, is in the side of Trundle. So, you know, Jinxie is doing fine, but really where he should be concerned is the fact that most of his lanes barring top are down quite a bit, but nobody playing this lane really well in the top lane, managing to pick up close to a 30 CS lead. Yeah.
Look, I think a lot of that, Juice, has to be the fact that we looked at his skin for about 30 seconds. Maybe the spectators, maybe the camera crew know a little bit more than we do in terms of how big he was going to play this matchup. 63 to 39 right now.
But how
absolutely chunking out Zerenis and, you know, going TP'd and bot and not even getting punished.
Or Zerenis TP'd as well. Yeah, so they both teleported. They both teleported, and I believe the wave was in favor of nobody. So You know, he was laning well anyway to have control of the wave, enough so that if they both TP'd, Zoranus lost out on that.
Bambi has opted for the Cull now with that blue buff to stack up that tier of the Goddess as quickly as possible. The response from Wei is, let's get that Dark Seal online. I'm going to start to look to one-shot, be very, very gold efficient, and if I can transition into a Magi's, get some much-needed mobility, as if Zoe needed any more.
Oh, we tried predicting that. Oh, nice sleep.
That's a beautiful sleep,
Yeah.
and that will warrant a flash away. It only just came back up, but it's gone again. And Jinx is quite content to play the PvE game.
I mean,
Continues to build up its strong lead and just takes buff to buff, camp clear to clear, and now picks up the first Herald.
yeah, you gotta be happy with that. A flash burn in the bot lane for a Rift Herald pickup in the top side of the map, and whilst this bot lane is in a lot of trouble and they're feeling the pressure of the Karma and Aphelios, the saving grace for them is the fact that nobody is this far ahead, and potentially with one Trundle gank and the Rift Herald drop, they break that turret open.
Puts Zoranus in a bit of a rough spot now as the wave is prepped beautifully. He tries to go for
Really
the
nice skill
disengage
off.
wave, but the pillar cancels things out. The kill goes across. Jinx picks it up. Now 2-0, an absolute monster. And this laning state is so well done. You highlight the fact that he can now push this in. They can drop the Herald, and yeah, that's a lot of gold going his way.
Yep, and so Ornn has no teleport, has to walk back to the wave here. Trundle is one of the fastest turret killers in the game. The way that he can auto-attack reset with the Chomp means that this turret potentially goes down even before this bot lane turret. So, you know, they're just playing defensive here, trying to keep their turret alive and get top lane turret. But Lee goes in, nice kick.
Oh, two-man kick as White is buying time, and that is time for Zoe to jump into this one. Lands the trouble bubble now. He is drowsy in execute range, and that's what they connect with. Wei is the one to pick up the lethal blow. Of all things said and done, it looks so good for Gravitas. They had the killing spree. That's a flash away from Jinx to deny what would have been an easy double, but now Bambi caught in the rotation, also burning that flash.
Jukes.
I'm starting to understand why Zoe's been burned away so much. Zoranus has really been assisted by his team here to patch up what have been a very rough return back to that lane.
Yeah, I mean, Bambi's also doing quite fine. I mean, he's up 15 CS. Sure, he's down 2 kills. I'm not trying to say he's in the lead by any means, but considering the death and the gank, he's in an okay spot. So we just see bot turret break at 10 minutes. This is far from optimal if you're a Gravitas Academy fan, but if you're a Dicups fan, then you love to see it. Philios manages to pick up an 11-minute Infinity Edge. Quite an early pickup, but they're just going to rotate the top side and work on the top turret now.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it if Jinx just continues to avoid bottom lane and say, look, we don't want to ever force those fights. Look, you can get as many dragons as you like. Until our Ezreal set a breakpoint in terms of 2 items, potentially a little bit more, there's no way we can test the likes of an Aphelios with an Infinity Edge. He is just far too strong, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to finish what they started here.
Yeah,
it's going to warrant the bot duo rotate. They're going to come to you.
Yeah, Philios being behind, rather the Ezreal being behind, means that his 2 item power spike is less relevant than if he wasn't, if that makes sense, right? Like, it's not the same Ezreal that we all know at 2 items now. This Ezreal is compromised, and he's going to need something to happen to push him back up to relevance, right? Even at 2 items, when he gets them, it won't be enough at the moment.
Well, it's going to be that 2 item power spike that is traditionally cheaper compared to the BF sword, so it's going to be there to make himself even rather than be the one in the driving seat. But it's a nice little rotation by the fact that the Dicups rotated their duo to top sides. They're going to actually sacrifice this dragon, which I'm a little bit concerned about here, but regardless, Gravitas take those and they find themselves a nice little kill as well.
And that looks like maybe a little bit of inexperience coming out of Why Not there. It's just never worth coin flipping a dragon smite for a death, right? You know, first dragon, it is what it is, whatever. Infernal dragon at this point, what is going on? Excuse me?
We'll just let that one sink in there for a second. Okay, I think Calrock knew how strong he was. He wanted to fully Season 10 at 12 minutes in. He went for the turret dive. Quite honestly, he nearly got it with double summoner's burn. But Bambi says, okay.
But you know what I call this?
What's that?
It's just for fun gaming.
Oh, we got more for fun gaming tonight.
That was the biggest for fun gaming segment I've
It's
ever
a day
seen
of
in my
for fun
life.
gaming. We're limit testing. We're in the studio. We're practicing.
If I saw that, if I saw that in solo queue, I would think about reporting my AD. That's all.
And you've had a rough few days, I've seen. In the last few moments of solo queue.
I think everyone's had a rough few days in solo queue. To be honest, it's been a communal problem, not necessarily my problem. So it's good it's good to.
Are we in an ARAM gamer now? Have you joined the hype?
No, it's just I've been a gamer of another title.
That's a feeling.
Which I-
Another Riot game.
And yes, exactly.
Yes,
which I
of
will-
the many games.
which I-
They are literally Riot games now, aren't they?
Which I will not mention on OCS stream. Nobody in a bit of trouble here. Maybe turns this
is.
around though. Can he
Me
Q3?
too.
Oh, never
He
mind.
is looking for. Oh, that kick
Yeah.
was beautiful,
Q-
and that completely ruined his momentum, his flow of what would have turned things around. And why not? Once again, right place, right time.
Yeah, Q3 healing and damage probably twins in that. So really nice time kick
Yep.
from Why Not. Comes out of base, manages to get his head back into the game, but Gravitas Academy actually up gold. It felt like, you know, this wasn't a game where they were in control of because the way that the bot lane played out, but managing to put on a bit of a lane kingdom in the mid lane, Bambi up 20 CS, nobody having an absolute blinder, and Jinx really just, I think I want to say Jinx has played extremely well given the circumstance of the game. He steered clear of the lane that's been losing, and whilst, you know, that's not necessarily the smartest thing to do sometimes, in this game he gave him and found himself a win condition.
Well, it feels they have very different game paths or game strategies in this time, with Why Not forcing out plays and Jinx just responding and, well, basically taking everything that you don't take for yourself, and that could be your health, and that could be your life in this situation, forcing it to be a 5v4. They've hit the break point now at 15 minutes in, where Yuumi can now look to couple with one of the bruises as opposed to the Ezreal, and it sets himself up really for so much success.
Potentially pick up the Rift Herald as well, break open mid turret with it, but maybe Diacup to fight it. Never mind, just dropping some vision down. So Gravitas Academy playing extremely well, considering the early game that they had, right? Like even Heki and Trashly in the bot lane, they haven't bled out, right? Like they had a very rough game. They played the lane quite poorly early game, but they've managed to somewhat stabilize. And sure, it's off the back of their team playing extremely well, but you know, it's very easy to run it down if the start that they had, but playing well to just remain relevant and become somewhat of a pressure vacuum and stay alive.
Yeah, Bambi's played fantastically in this mid lane to stay even and make sure that Way's kept in check, but nobody for me had to be the main man, really, if anything. The source of success that's allowed Jinx to really find his footing. He knows he's got at least one winning lane, so if he does go for an invade, he's always got somebody that can back him up and really bring it to Ornn. And you saw how much pressure was shown his way, but just how many camps were denied, and that's obviously allowed this 50 CS discrepancy between the two of them. Why Not really saying, well, if you guys are going to win in the bottom lane this hard from level 1 in, I've got to make sure that you really get ahead. You know, the early turret, I believe, was like 9 minutes in. They've invested so much here, but you know, they have, as a result, fallen elsewhere.
Yeah, and nobody pops ultimate.
Balrog is going to get locked in place. I don't think the redemption will do enough here, or maybe it will. I've just eaten my own words right now. That's the turnaround that Diacup absolutely love to see. Balrog this time survives, and this time turns things around. Every skill shot connects, and members falling on down so damn quickly as Trashy looks to buffer as many shields, heals, and cooldowns to keep the last two alive. And this mid-tier 1 will fall on down. As will Zoe just destroy people.
Yeah. Like, okay, sure. That's a thing, and that thing should happen. I mean, Diacubs again, I think Kalrock, I'm going to assume Kalrock was playing on his limits, okay? I'm going to assume Kalrock knew he couldn't die there. I'm gonna assume, this is what happened off camera, okay? It was just Bambi trying to rotate to the play. He's one of the strongest members on Gravitas Academy right now, and so the fact that he got assassinated walking over to the play spelt drama.
Here we were only moments before, once again showcasing or really saying how well the rest of them were doing. It's definitely done a lot now to even up this mid matchup.
Yep.
Hasn't really changed much for the jungle and the top side, but has definitely put Kalrock back in a power position. The guy was definitely so far ahead before that. but able to get himself involved in a few kills, which, coupled with the Zoe, showcase that your health bar does not exist.
Nobody
Very
just going
rough,
back to...
very rough when they try and engage. They don't get the kill. You can see there's an awkward pause from Nobody when he jumped in. Didn't find it and goes, well, I guess I'm stuck here now.
Yeah, that's just Aatrox's cooldowns, right? If Q3 goes down and he's not dead, then you're just kind of stuck in no man's land, no reset, nothing. Redemption comes through as well. There's just so much healing in League of Legends now, right?
There was a funny video I saw the other day about like how insanely strong or how necessary execution is, and it was showing people being on like 10 HP, then suddenly back to full, and you're thinking, well, it needs to change. I wonder what they will do coming into potentially before Worlds, even coming into Season 11, if they will have any dramatic changes. But regardless, there will not be a blue seal here today.
Well,
the lanes will continue to be pushed in, though.
I think they said that they don't really like doing drastic changes before Worlds anymore because they had a Juggernaut patch, which I don't know if you were around for, but it was like Mordekaiser bot lane, and I can't remember all the other ones, but it completely like revolutionized how the game was traditionally played, and it was right before Worlds, so I think they steer clear of that. But so we have this mid lane priority coming out of Diacubs is just really insane. The fact that they can play this far up the map, walk through wolf camps like this at 19 minutes, just speaks wonders about the control they have as a bot lane. You know, Gravitas Academy can win a fight if they fight away from this Aphelios, and the one thing that the saving grace is that he doesn't have teleport. So if they can attack side lanes, you know, we see Trundle basing in bot side near Aatrox, then the game is fairly winnable. But I think anything that happens in the vicinity of this Aphelios right now is going to spell dramas.
And look at the difference in terms of vision placement right now. The top side of this map is just owned by the Diacubs. The real estate is completely covered. The flip side of that is everything's protected in bottom river to make sure that nobody can get as much value in his split pushing adventures. But Diacubs, as a result of grouping themselves up, will get a second tier 2. Very strong in terms of the structural damage. But now being 5-2, it's just giving them a massive buffer of building the gold lead up in their favor.
Yeah, and I think we'll start seeing the Diacubs roster now playing around the Baron buff. That for me is the next objective for them, right? You know, we see them walking towards topside, setting up for that, but you know, they'll also have their eyes set on this Ocean Soul with the dragon spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds, 45 seconds. So I don't think they'll be in a rush to end the game anytime soon. They'll play this out, wait for the dragon, get the dragon, and then start putting some control around the Baron buff. And if there's one thing that you don't want to happen in a game, it's when you lose control of the map against the Zoe. How do they face check the Baron pit? That's the question they need to start asking themselves. Do they bring Aatrox down and walk in with him? Is it just Trundle? What's enough? How do they survive? How do they get wards onto this Baron?
And like, you look at the comparison between mid and ADC right now. I love Diacubs just to start up one of those Baron dances to invite your opponent in to try and force that fight. Because you compare Aphelios to Ezreal. You've got a Muramana Sheen against 2 core completed items as well as an execution. So the same could be said in mid lane, which is now started to be evened out as Bambi got a massive shot with a completed Triforce.
I think
there is a strong presence. This is what we're going to see here.
Yeah.
Garrock just forcing the pressure.
He's got the guns to do this Baron really fast, and I think it's almost too late to be checking this. Yep, too late. Gone down. Oh, we'll see a fight break out here, maybe.
Potentially. Teleport is going to come in as Nobody looks to lead the line.
Package.
Yumi on top. Package gets dropped. He's displacing himself.
Double flash.
Flashing very aggressively, but now caught without any team in support. 4 members around him. Free collect, and they were hungry to find a pick, deny at least one Baron buff, if anything, but Gravitas are left waving the white flag.
Yeah, it's just too little too late, right? Getting vision at that point is just no bueno. Especially when you have to recognize Aphelios is maybe the fastest Baron taking ADC in the game, so you have to be really switched on. And if you see Zoe on the enemy team, you know it's what they need to play around to close the game out against you, and Gravitas just a little bit off the pace there.
Well, let's see exactly how much value they can try and find with this Baron buff. They're going to go for a recall straight into the Dragon to put themselves onto Soul Point. That's now 2 Ocean Drakes. Devastating in terms of their ability to force fights, sustain, and complement the redemption that Karma has already itemized into. It's already been a very strong on-use cooldown for keeping them topped up when they've been successful in their sieges, and no doubt will continue in that as they now rotate their entire team to the bot side for the final tier 2. Really forcing Gravitas' hand here.
It's never a fun time versing a Zoe when she has a Baron buff too, just flinging skill shots out of vision, hoping one of them don't hit, but the moment one does, it's lights out. And so this is the point in the game where it's the hardest for Gravitas Academy, when they have to group as a 5, and this is what the Baron enables for Dire Cups, right? It forces nobody to come group and get out of the side lane and just play a pure front to back, in which, you know, my money's on Ornn 9 times out of 10, because Ornn, you know, Ornn, whilst behind, still has the required upgrade that he needs. I don't know what, he's got a bit of a variety bucket build. He's going the Frozen Fist. Feels like he doesn't need the match resistance.
And he's the one grouping with his team at the moment, because then that is a reliable source of engage, rather than relying on why not to beast in to find a pick to kick into the team to get the kill set up. They've pushed in 2 waves now. Redemption comes on down to top them up, back to full. The first inhibitor falls on down. Aatrox goes drowsy, dashes away. Trashly very low on mana, has his work cut out for him right now as he looks to try and sustain through all the damage coming their way.
In the meantime,
gold lead goes from what, 4k, soon to build up to 5. A second inhibitor now being threatened to be taken on down.
yeah, I mean, one Zoe Q landed onto the Corki. Corki's almost dead, has to go back to base. So 2 inhibs go down, and you were talking about Ornn being in the group and as the source of engage. And honestly, Skimmy, at this point, Zoranus doesn't even really want to engage. There's nothing to engage on. He's just a body, so his team can throw skill shots and hit turrets. Really, it's not a sad thing to say, but it's just a harsh reality. He's just a health bar. He's just a wall separating his teammates from death, and that's it. He doesn't
I can imagine
have to
him
engage.
watching back this VOD and be like, Tubes, why'd you have to do me like that, man? Come
Well,
on.
I'm not saying he's not playing a role in this game, right? That's not what I'm saying. He's playing a role.
No, I get your point though.
Yeah, he just doesn't have to do that, right? You
It
don't
gives
have
Ray
to.
so much freedom to just be crazy and just chucking
Yeah.
out skill shots, not getting punished, forcing Trashly to go so they can't be aggressive in a response,
And because-
Bambi to try and be aggressive, but drop down to half.
And the fear of the engage is always there, right? Like, if Ornn uses an
Yeah.
ultimate, nothing really happens, then Gravitas Academy have a little bit more freedom to fight back. But Ornn doing nothing is something.
The mere presence, and how many times have we said that with the likes of, say, a Cassiopeia out of vision? You're terrified. There's not much you can do, and as you say, I think that's your new coin phrase. Inactivity is in fact activity, as we now see them take what is appearing to be the start of the 3rd inhibitor for this game.
Yeah,
It's
look
going
at
to
this.
fall on down. Both mid and bot have super minions flooding on through. They have their eyes set on this one. They want to close this game out. 16 kills in 26 minutes, but from a macro perspective, they have been flawless.
They're going
Gravitas
in.
looking for one final chance. They lead up with the Aatrox, the final chapter to lock them in place. Do they have the damage? Because as soon as Q3 lands, and nobody says, I've got nothing left in the tank, Gravitas say, okay, there's not much left that we can do here. What are they playing for right now? You've got a minute 20 identical on Soul Point as well as Baron. You're going to potentially just look to use your Nexus turret that says, you know, defense barriers to soak up all that minion damage.
Imagine losing Soul versus that team composition. Imagine giving a Soul over to an Ornn, a Zoe, a Philios, Karma, Lee Sin.
I know.
Oh, wow.
What do you do?
You know, I remember the first game I ever played on New Summoner's Rift, and I didn't read the patch notes. Sorry, New Summoner's Rift, like when they had the dragons and they incorporated souls. I didn't know what the drags did. I'm more of a don't read patch notes, just jump into a game and figure it out. And the first game I got an Ocean Soul, right? I had no idea what it was, no idea what it did, and we were losing the game, but it was just that no one knew dragons were really good, and I just got all the dragons somehow. And it was the funniest game I ever played, to the point of where we were camping their Nexus turrets. We didn't end the game, we just stood. It was like a Earth. We just stood, and they couldn't get out of base. That's my story about Ocean Soul.
I think that tells enough in terms of how disgusting it is. You're locked
Well, it's
in your
been
base.
nerfed since then, but it's still
absolutely has,
strong.
but it's still gross.
Yeah.
And I think Gravitas is going to fall victim to a very similar fate right now. Maybe not the fountain itself, but very close towards it.
You know what I'm surprised
They
about?
are on base duties.
I'm surprised you didn't hit me with the when did I and when did I ask, and then I was
Look, I'm not going to be toxic like Twitch chat. That's up to
yeah,
them.
Twitch chat. Oh,
That's
whatever.
their job. Look, we're here to bring people the hype. And that could be what we get to see here.
At least they didn't lose
Jinx
soul.
does a great job. Yeah, he picks up the soul point, steals away the dragon, but it is a Baron and a game-winning play right now. You can see big, bold, red minions heading towards one direction, collapsing on one central point.
And now it just becomes 3 waves of pressure, 3 super creep waves, amplified with a Baron buff as well to top it all off. And it just becomes a skill shot game. This is the most fun you will ever have in a game if you're the side of Diacards. Everyone just gets to fling skill shots and see who hits. And I guarantee you that they're just laughing on comms, but the package engage.
This is it, the final ditch effort, the package to start things off with.
Bambi.
Their health bars down, Cupcake has gone, that's a double kill now with Vaughn being left out of the mix. That's a double kill for Bambi, but a double kill was the response here from Karok. Let's make that a triple. How about a Crod? That's an ace, that's the game. Light set action, it's all done, everything you love to see in here. The game is done, the game is over. Dire Cubs will get a fantastic second game performance here in week number 4, and why not? With a fantastic debut as well.
Yeah, Wano had a few hiccups, don't get me wrong, but for the most part, really led by example. You know, they very proactive. He was on the Lee Sin, and so he had to be, right? You know, didn't let a few deaths here and there deter him, was able to get back on the horse and attack the lane that he knew he needed to play around. And for me, that's the biggest thing, right? Identifying the lane that you need to play around and getting the lead for it is crucial, and that's what we saw from Fire Cup.
I'd love to watch the replay to understand how that trade actually happened in that bot lane to make that Ezreal, 10 health before it even started.
He just was in melee range of Karma, took a full empowered Q. The Q from the empowered Q also popped on him whilst being ordered by Aphelios. That's what happened.
Well, regardless, that will do us for today in week number 4. So let's pull up those results and see how everything came to a close with 5 best of ones on display for you tonight. Started off with the University of Queensland's Union, out from their bye from the previous week, bringing it to Order Academy with a fantastic wombo combo. Pentanet.gg Rise took down the QT Tigers as they weren't able to find the key levels of success they had in the past, as Legacy Genesis brought us into Terra, brought us back to being a child, where we wish we had our nightlight. They took down the UTS Esports with a brand new roster, still searching for their first victory.
I still have my
still
nightlight.
chasing on to Mammoth Academy, still trying to find a way to try and take these guys down. They remain undefeated at the end of week 4, taking out the Chiefs. And as you would have just seen there, it's the Dire Cubs with their second game of the split, able to take out Gravitas. So let's bring up next week's schedule, if we have that available, and see exactly where things are going into for week number 5. As you can see, that it opens up with the newly founded Pentanet.gg Rise up against the Union. UTS Esports will be taking on Order Academy with Mammoth up against the QT Tigers. Gravitas Academy take on that from the Chiefs as the Dire Cubs once again get the last game of the night up against the RMIT Redbacks.
Fighting games next week as well. Gravitas Academy versus Chiefs Academy for me is going to be a bit of a big one, and yeah, I can't wait for all of those games. I mean, it's so hard to tell now, aside from like maybe the 2 to 3 teams who's really next in the mix or next in the race for the, you know, rank 1 spot.
It's definitely a case of we're getting a far more cohesive understanding as to where the league stands, who are the teams to watch, who are the players to watch more specifically, and sort of what are their win cons, what are they playing around. So that's what we're looking forward to seeing going into week number 5. A big thank you once again to our sponsors. That would be McDonald's as well as NeoSurf, always being around to help us put on these shows, as well as these fantastic headsets as well, bringing you the silky voices of both myself and Juice. But a big shout out obviously for tomorrow. That is the OPL, week number 2 of the OPL. It's a Friday, Saturday affair. It's a banger happening on this channel at 4 p.m. AEST. That is Eastern Sydney time. And that does it for us here today, Juice. Any shout outs on your end?
No, I'll see you there. I'll see you there in the crowd, in Twitch chat, watching the OPL.
Look, I wonder if we're going to get crazy numbers like we've had in the past. Perhaps we'll get more, exclamation mark drops. Perhaps some exclamation mark jubes in the chat.
Hey, brother,
unlocks.
Don't just ignore me. Don't just ignore the fact that I'm not coming with you to the OPL broadcast, okay?
Look,
don't
bro,
dodge that bullet.
I can't roast you here, mate. Look, I'm trying to be the good guy. Look, Twitch chat, they have their work cut out for you. They keep up half your time.
Oh, dude, I don't even read Twitch chat anymore. It's just a barrage of hating me. How could you hate me, dude?
Look, it's what we do. We're commentators. We're here online. We're going to get roasted. But regardless, the players themselves, fantastic. As always, thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow at 4 p.m.
That's a beautiful Hemo Plague onto multiple members. They shut down all importantly onto Chippies. He gets himself a double kill.
Triple kills. Can we get a quadra? Yes, we can. It's Ray's doing what he does. The team fight king.
You can only use these ingredients, and you can only cook with this thing. Hey,
I'm excited.
It's like a fairy pooped in a cup. Big shout out to the little legends that we created. So we've got the Fury Horn there, and then this is the like mystery egg the graphics operator was making instead of that last graphic.
Guys, I want Twitch chat to do it with me. Make sure your chest hits the ground like this. That's 4. And don't be afraid to go a little bit faster or a little bit slower. Just do what's comfortable, okay?
My long-term boyfriend and I broke up over a month ago. How do I start dating again? Rusty, you're lonely.
Finally, your ideal Valentine's Day date.
PC Vaughn, Duo Q, League of Legends.
Oh, very nice.
I think Bombers started them off quite well, but they just got outplayed on like a micro level, and I am really good at this.
Send this to Frost Urine.
So who here wants a really mediocre painting of Gragas? It is a time for celebration, but it is also a time for mourning. Let's start off with a eulogy.
5 Drakes to the name, a Baron and everything else.
In a counter matchup.
That's the carbon response. That's the legacy win right there.
Is anyone wearing pants?
Oh, you're wearing pants. Some shorty boys. Look at that.
What has this become?
There's no AFL, there's no NRL, but there is always OPL. Come rain, hail or shine,